Greenville has started the season off a little slow, and the Chapel Hill and losing to Chapel Hill and Liberty is not the issue at all. And I will say, it's good that Greenville scored 36 against Chapel Hill, but it's giving up 63 and 55. That's the disconcerting part, as the defense has been nowhere, and this was a Greenville team that was returning more defensive players, and the idea was that it's going to take the defense might carry the offense for a few games until the offense gets acclimated. They haven't carried them, and luckily they have a winnable game this week.
I was about to tell you, sweet relief comes in the form of Carrollton Ranchview this week. Ranchview is just not that great. So I think I fully expect Greenville to get right with a win. This is at Cotton Ford, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be nice to get a home win. I think they can beat Ranchview. If they do not beat Ranchview, then I'm real worried as a Greenville fan.
If they don't beat Ranchview by a lot, I'm real worried as a Greenville fan.
Well, let's baby steps. Got to get that first win.
Yeah, but
regardless.
We're past the baby. Baby steps was a few years ago when Greenville was only getting 1 or 2 wins. Mm-hmm. They've made the playoffs back-to-back years. So, I think we're past the baby steps points, or you should be. And I think that Coach Darren Duke would say, yeah, we don't.
Right.
We want to go in and beat. Now, the problem with this, though, is after Carrollton Ranchview, they start district next week, and their first 3 district opponents are Ennis, at Roy City, and Corsicana. Now, you can look at this 2 ways. A, that's a really tough start, or B, you're going to at least know where you stand after 3 weeks, and you're basically then going to be playing everybody, well, maybe outside of Crandall, everybody else on your schedule is a winnable game.
Yeah, Crandall's no easy out.
I'm beginning to think Crandall might be firmly entrenched as the 3rd spot in this district, and might even push if they catch a couple teams on the wrong night, might push. But, yeah, Crandall losing to Kaufman last week on the road, 32-27. No shame in that.
No.
I know Kaufman's 4A, but Kaufman's a really good. In fact, I think somebody said it best. If there's a Lindell of this year, Kaufman might be that Lindell, where they're in a region that's really winnable if they get the right seed.
Yeah.
And it breaks that way. So
a lot of it is going to be based on Kaufman's defense. What's Kaufman's? I don't think that Kaufman's going to have trouble moving the football. It's who are they going to be able to stop? But that's neither here nor there. That's not Greenville's district, right? Even though they do play Sulphur Springs this week, who basically, oh goodness, Sulphur Springs took it in the shorts against Lovejoy, 71-7 this past week. I might add, though, that Lovejoy is probably a top 5 team in 5-2A or 5-3A Division 2.
They have announced themselves this week or in the last 2 weeks with authority. I will say, funny thing, I was reading something on Sweetwater on Sulphur Springs after their loss to Frisco 54-24, and the article said something about, it can't get any worse than that. Yeah, Lovejoy said, yeah, it can. And it's going to be.
Hold my IC. I'm not going to say what I mean.
Well, and speaking of tough stretches, they have Kaufman in Kaufman. Then they start out district with Crandall, Ennis, Roy City, Corsicana.
Yeah, so it doesn't get any easier.
This 8-5-8 district is just tougher and tougher as you look at it. And we talk about, we know what Ennis is, and Ennis, this past week had a tough one, but against a very good Keller Fossil Ridge team, 36-29. They play in their heated rivalry, Waxahachie in Waxahachie. I think that rivalry will make that a closer game, but I think Ennis should go to 3-0 on that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Roy City started off 2-0 and 2 solid wins, beating Centennial 40-30, scoring 30 consecutive points in that game. And then last week, a very methodical win against White House. And as you know, White House is one of those places that when you go to White House from Dallas-Fort Worth, it's like you walk in and you're down 10-0 before you start.
Yeah, very, very tough place to play. I've always the times I've been at White House, and I hate to get into officiating, but it always seems things go White House's way in White House when it comes to penalties. Well, that's just off the cuff.
But that's one of those things that what happens is that happens a couple times, and then once that area gets that reputation, that's why I say you go in down 10-0.
Itself,
yes,
right? Yeah.
It carries itself into other games, but that's work. That's what home field mystique is all about.
That's what Dangerfield always had. If you'll go out and remember, Dangerfield used to always seem to get the calls at home. Probably still do at times.
Yeah,
or at least it seems As if.
It seems as if. Looking across the rest of the district, this is a very feast or famine district. It seems like we have some really good teams and then some really down teams. Forney started the year by beating said White House 21-20. Then last week they lose to Midlothian, a solid Jaguar team, 42-13. They now host Texas High this week. That's not going to be pretty. Texas High is pretty salty this year.
Yeah.
And then we go back to North Forney. Now, hey, North Forney started the year beating Wilson. We talked about them. They beat them 39-29, and then last week Little Elm destroyed them. But Little Elm's a little bit – they're a team that's going to be surprising some people, I think, this year.
Yeah, I think so. They got really good numbers at Little Elm.
Yeah, and that's numbers is always, oddly enough, has never been an issue. It's just always been the talent in the numbers.
Right.
But it seems like they're cycling up. North Forney, they play Fort Worth Brewer this week, and then next week they open district against their crosstown rival in Forney. So that's a look at North Forney. That's a look at 8 5A Division II. Now let's turn our attentions and finish up with 6 2A Division I, as we're going to look at first Wolf City. Now, let's look at the Wolves. Now, they started off the year getting pummeled by Leonard, but we've talked about that. That's not a bad loss at all, 43-7. But the issue is for a team is last week's game against Cumbie gets canceled, so we don't have that second calibrated game. We'll get that this week. But they're playing a salty Blue Ridge team at home. But, I mean, Wolf City, this is a team that's big up front. They return everybody on the line. Offensively, and I know Leonard is good, but I am a little concerned that they didn't have a little bit more offensive success against Leonard. But I like them in this game, but this is going to be a one-possession game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be nip and tuck at least until midway through the fourth quarter.
Blue Ridge on the year, they're 1-1. They beat Collinsville to start the year. They lost to Quinlan Ford last week.
What was that Quinlan Ford score?
48-14.
Okay.
And so, that's going to be interesting. I'm sorry, we'll see. I said this Friday. That's next Friday because Blue Ridge this Friday, we'll get a little bit more calibration on them. They play Munster.
Okay.
They host Munster.
Boy, Munster's looking tough.
Yeah, they are.
Wiped the field with Lindsay last week, wasn't it? And Lindsay was supposed to be one of the best 2A teams in North Texas.
Yep. All right, and so Honey Grove last week, they got their first win as they beat Whitewright 20-7 after losing to Tenhall 35-0 to begin the year. This week they're going to be on the road as they're going to play Parish Chisholm. In fact, their next 3 games are going to be on the road, and 4 of their next 5 games will be on the road. But a good bounce back, really a good bounce back for this whole district. Because last week we only had Cooper winning. We were, the rest of the district struggled. Well, everybody that played this past week won. Wolf City and Celeste did not play, but Honey Grove won. I'm sorry, Como lost. They won the first week too. They beat Sims Bowie 20-8, but lost to Quinlan Bowles last week. This week they have Prairie Land.
Well, let's go back to Cooper real quick.
Yeah,
what a great chance Cooper has to start the year at 3-0. There's no reason to think that they should not handle Detroit. I know it's on the road, but I do not think Detroit is any better than Collinsville or even Grand Saline. They're probably Detroit might be, and this is even pushing it, might be as good as Grand Saline. I don't think they're quite as good, but they'll be close. So I think Cooper, as long as they go on the road to Detroit and play their game and play mistake-free, you're going to see a Cooper Bulldog team here that starts out 3-0.
Well, and just to give a little comparison, Detroit lost last week to Cooper's district brethren in Rivercrest and lost bad 38-6. And we both feel that Cooper's probably better than Rivercrest. We'll find that out on the field. But Rivercrest started the year with getting destroyed by DeKalb 65-6. So let's go ahead and reset where we are in these districts. And we talked about it.
Doesn't DeKalb have Pilot Point this week?
Yeah, and because
that's going to get ugly. That's a mud fence game right there.
Yeah, I mean, it was the thing where if you're Pilot Point didn't play last week, but not because of COVID. Just some weird things was happening with some stuff there, and all sporting events got canceled on Friday, and so they just needed a game.
Right.
And unfortunately for DeKalb, their coach said, "Hey, we'll play you." Good learning experience for DeKalb.
Yeah, just keep everybody healthy.
Yeah, just keep everybody. That's exactly right. Just
Pilot Point, they got speed and they're mashers. Are they not?
And after watching them in that Week 1 game against Plainview, Oklahoma, I think they already look better than what they did last year when they were a region finalist. So
and they looked pretty darn good last year. I went back and watched a lot of the top 10 teams online for at least one half, and Pilot Point is one I haven't seen online yet, but I'm going to get there within the next week or so, or we just might have to go out to a Pilot Point game.
Well, they've got Gunner. Well, unfortunately, I think we're going to be out. We already got our
Newton and
game,
Westford
yeah,
start.
but we're definitely going to see Pilot Point at some point this year. It might be Pilot Point Brock, but that they're going to be interesting. Anyway, going back to this district, so reset the district 2 games in. I kind of feel like Cooper's trying to maybe be heads and shoulders above everybody, and we're gonna
and they might. I don't know. Wolf City might have a say in that, maybe, right?
I still think they will. I wish they'd have played Cumbie so we'd get a little bit more of a calibrated look at them, because all I can still taste is that 43-7 loss to Leonard.
Sure.
And so, and again, if they don't pick up a game this week, then they're not playing by now. By the time this is out, they might have scheduled another game. I can't remember if they had to close the ISD or if it was Cumbie that closed the ISD. But yeah, I still think so far right now, though, 6-2A Division I is Cooper's to lose, with Wolf City, Honey Grove, and then probably Rivercrest.
Yeah, I think Rivercrest throw their name in there.
Again, Celeste is the same way. We don't know. They lost to Munster 38-12, which...
Not a bad showing.
That's not a bad showing at all. They play White this week on the road, so we'll get a little bit of a calibrated game with them, because White it should beat them, but if they play close to White, that might speak a little bit more of what Celeste could be, for the rest of the year. All right, I want to remind everybody that you can follow us on Twitter at Grant and Terry. You can like us on Facebook, Sideline to Sideline. Email us, Grant and Terry at LoneStarGridiron.com. You can check out our Sideline to Sideline 4A and 3A editions each and every week at LoneStarGridiron.com and on any podcast platform. Week 3 is in the books. Week 4, we'll talk about it next week right here on Sideline to Sideline, part of the big Friday Night Scoreboard Show on your station, 88.9 KETR.
Hello, I'm Mark Rudin, president of Texas A&M University Commerce. I want to encourage you to get a COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available to you. I have taken the shot, and I hope you will do the same to protect yourself, your family, friends, and our community. The COVID-19 vaccines are proven to be safe and effective. They will make it possible for us to once again spend face-to-face time with our family and friends and return to our everyday lives. Please consider getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you, and stay healthy, Northeast Texas.
The BBC World Service is there to provide you with a clear, balanced perspective on an ever-changing world. With reporters around the globe, we provide the latest stories and analysis that you need. Let us be your guide through the news near and far. That's the BBC World Service.
Overnights on 88.9 KETR.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
You've been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. You have to carefully monitor your health for the rest of your life. And you have an increased risk of developing cardiovascular disease.
Cut, take 2, action.
You've been diagnosed with a new purpose, to fight for the amazing life you made for yourself. To look that risk of heart disease square in the face and say, no, not me. You've been given a new opportunity to live. Get started at NoDiabetesByHeart.org.
was the team that the Commerce Tigers faced last week in what was a 43-6 loss. The Paris Wildcats on the road tonight at the Pleasant Grove Hawks, the North Lamar Panthers at the Community Braves, and finally the Terrell Tigers travel to face the University Trojans. Coming up tomorrow, we've got Texas A&M University Commerce Lions football. Kickoff for that game is at 6 p.m., and it's going to be out in Arlington at the newly named Choctaw Stadium. That's going to be versus the Midwestern State Mustangs. That's tomorrow, right here on 88.9 KETR. For now, we're going to go ahead and take one more quick break before we get you guys back out to the action, or out to the action for the first time, with John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries. It's your station, 88.9 KETR.
From A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field in Commerce, Commerce Tigers meet the Lone Oak Buffaloes in a pre-district game and the third game of the 2021 season for both teams. Good evening, everybody. I'm John Mark Dempsey along with Kevin Jeffries, and we'll have a play-by-play in color of tonight's game for you. Jared Knight and Ryan Fulkerson will have scores from all over Northeast Texas and beyond all evening, and later on the big Friday night scoreboard. The Tigers are 0-2 after losing to Leonard last week, 43-6. Lone Oak is 1-1 after a 27-25 win over Eustis. The Tigers are coached by 31-year-old John McSheffrey, the Tigers' defensive coordinator for 3 seasons under former head coach Cody Farrell. John comes from the same West Texas A&M and Don and Colby Carthel pipeline as Cody Farrell. He was a major contributor to the Sulphur Springs Wildcats 2008 state championship team, and he's been named by Texas football as one of the top young coaches under age 40 in Texas. And as a matter of fact, we'll hear from Tigers head coach John McSheffrey when Commerce Tigers football continues after this on KETR 88.9.
Let's talk about that garage. It could be so much more, but that old car that you don't use, just sitting there, taking up space, you could make room for your dreams in the coming months by donating that unwanted vehicle to us. We'll take care of it, have it picked up at no cost to you, and use the proceeds to benefit KETR. Call 855-KETR-123 to learn more.
We're talking with the Commerce Tigers before this first home game of the season tonight at A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field against Lone Oak Buffaloes. Your takeaway from Leonard obviously didn't go the way you hoped that it would, but what were your thoughts after the game?
Yeah, I was disappointed. There's some things that, like I talked to you about before that game, just execution-wise, that we got to do, and some of the guys that we expect to make plays in crucial situations got to make those plays. And but we'll learn from it. We got to get tougher and execute better, and we'll kind of go from there.
They look like, to me, a team that might be a powerhouse, might make a long run in the playoffs. Hard to tell this early in the season. They look darn good to me.
Yeah, I think they'll make a run for sure. Fletcher, all 3 phases, they were sharp, executed well, had players on both sides of the ball, and so, yeah, they look good.
Yeah. Your guys were dropping like flies during the game with one thing and another, just a lot of injuries, and anything that would account for that?
Not necessarily. It's just kind of sometimes that happens. That's part of the game, and that's why we always say next man up, and we'll keep rocking and do what we can do. But there's just some things out of our control.
Yeah. Your quarterback Darren Beal had to leave the game. He was hurt when he was attempting to punt, but see him out in warm-ups, and apparently he will play tonight.
Yes, he will get some action tonight, and so we look forward to that, and just kind of seeing him get back after it and get in a rhythm.
Isaiah Simon was one guy that went down at one point, but he got back up and continued to have a really good night. He was a really productive player for you last Friday night.
Yeah, it was good. I was glad to get him, or one, that he got up off the ground, right? But two, just how we responded after that, and to finish the game, and he knew his teammates needed him, and so he got up and got after it.
Yeah. And so you actually, I guess you had more rushing yards last week than you did against Edgewood, didn't you?
Yeah, and with this offense, sometimes it'll be like that. It just kind of depends what the defense gives us and how well we execute in both phases, whether it's run or pass, and so yeah, that's the design of this offense.
On the other side of the ball, looking at the stats, Kendrick Greer, 17 tackles in the game.
Yeah, we actually, somehow we got 25. I don't know, maybe my defensive coaches are being gracious with him, but yeah, he had a heck of a game, storming downhill, and we hopefully that'll continue.
Yeah, he is, of course, also a running back, but he hasn't carried the ball too much on offense. Do you want to try to keep him on defense and rest him a bit? Is that the thought?
Yeah, so he was a little banged up the week before, and so that's kind of like, well, we'll just kind of get him focused and get the most out of him on one side of the ball. But we'll keep using them both ways and try to get the most out of them.
Yeah, I thought your freshman Emmanuel Castillo, when he punted after Darren Beal went out, looked pretty good.
Oh yeah, Emmanuel's going to be solid. He's obviously learning the game a little bit, but he's a heck of a kicker, and whether it's punting, field goals, kickoffs, all that. We thought originally he'd just kind of be our field goal guy, but he's kind of proved himself to otherwise of doing it all. So.
Will he punt then tonight? Or?
Yes, he will.
It looked like I was watching him in warm-ups. He might have range from 40 yards.
Yeah. They said he kicked a 45 just a while ago, so as a freshman, that's pretty dang good.
That's not bad. Looking at Lono, of course, they have a first-year coach, another young guy by the name of Logan Turner, and he has a Sulphur Springs background. Do you know him? Did you know him growing up?
Yes, I know him personally. So his dad was our head coach in Sulphur Springs when I was a freshman in high school, and so Logan would have been, I believe, 2, maybe 3 years older than me. And so anyhow, I know him well. He's a guy, when he got the job, we've talked every week, every other week, and just keep up with each other and give each other advice, because we're kind of, when it comes to the AED stuff, it's new shoes for us, so we're just trying to figure it out.
It's good to have a guy not far down the road you can talk to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at their video this week, that quarterback Adrian Gudgel, very mobile. He doesn't run the ball himself a lot, but he can sure move around and get away from the rush.
Yeah, I classify him as a dual threat. I think he can run the ball, has a good arm, can spin it really well, and so he'll be able to make some plays, and we just got to limit it, how many plays he makes.
Yeah, and they have a wide receiver, Aaron Porter, looked very good, had a couple of touchdowns. He just looks tall, good-looking athlete, and it's hard to bring down.
Yeah, so they actually have two guys that, that quarterback, he takes a liking to, and so in situations, we have a feeling that's who they'll go to, okay. And so you can just tell he's comfortable with them.
Good. Coach, good luck.
Thank you.
John McSheffrey, head coach of the Commerce Tigers, and Tigers football continues after this on 88.9 KETR.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
I am a veteran. I lost both legs in Vietnam.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
My victory was getting my benefits and a good education.
DAV helps veterans of every generation get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran. I didn't want to admit it, but I have PTSD.
So veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory was finding help and learning that I wasn't alone.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, and once again from A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field, it's John Mark Dempsey along with Kevin Jeffries as the Commerce Tigers get ready to take on the Lone Oak Buffaloes here tonight. A nod to Tigers history. Commerce has won 2 state football championships in 1999 under Steve Lineweaver and in 2001 under Terry Crone. Tigers have won 19 district championships over the years. Commerce 526 and 501 and 45 all-time. 526 wins, 501 losses, 45 ties. That is a 512 winning percentage. Lone Oak coached by Logan Turner in his first season. You heard me refer to him in the conversation there with John McSheffrey. He's the son of former Lone Oak coach Brad Turner, who coached the Buffaloes from 1998 through 2000. Brad Turner was 28-7 in his 3 seasons before moving on to Sulphur Springs, where he was 29-22 from 2001 through 2005, and that is where John McSheffrey got to know the Turners. Logan was his quarterback at Sulphur Springs and later at Springtown. This is Logan Turner's first head coaching job. He most recently was the offensive coordinator at Frisco Lone Star and also coached at Bells, among several other outposts. He is a former Division III All-American quarterback at Hardin-Simmons. And I've got a note on him somewhere through for 600 yards in one particular game at Hardin-Simmons.
Nice.
Lone Oak is a member of District 8 3A Division II, so they're a level below Commerce in the UIL. You're going to hear a lot about their quarterback, Adrian Gudgel, tonight. He's a junior. So far this season, he is 25 of 45 passing. That's 56% for 267 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception. He has 26 yards rushing on 9 attempts. Their top receiver is Aaron Porter. He's a junior, 10 receptions for 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. I think both of those were in the game last week against Eustis. And you will hear us refer a lot to Mariano Rincon tonight. He's their leading ball carrier with 19 carries for 114 yards, 6 yards a carry, and 1 touchdown. Commerce High School Band with the school song right now. We don't have a definitive record of the series between Commerce and Lone Oak, but the teams have been on each other's schedule since 2016. Commerce has won the last 2 games. Last year, Commerce won 32-6 at Lone Oak. In 2019, the Tigers won 40-12. Lone Oak won the first 3, 52-45 in overtime in 2018. 49-27 in 2017, and 19-12 on a Saturday morning in 2016. Remember that, Kevin? We had the game called off the night before because of lightning and so on. Came back and played it on a Saturday morning. Kind of felt like a 6th grade game that typically gets played on Saturday morning.
It was so weird, too. The energy was a lot different. It felt like No, I basically went home and went to sleep, but it felt like, after being out for a long night and then kind of dragging in the morning and maybe having to get up and, do some chores early or something. That was more how I felt, and that's kind of how the teams played that day,
I
too.
think so, too. So Lone Oak has won 3 of the 5 games played here in recent years. Some other games in District 3-5A Division 1 tonight. Let's see. We have Mount Vernon at Paul Pewitt this evening, and we'll try to name the district team first. We have Bonham at home against Leonard. That's going to be an interesting game. And guys back at the studio, if you would watch that Bonham-Leonard game tonight, because, of course, Bonham is in Commerce's district, and after a bye next week, Bonham is the next team the Tigers will play, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they do against Leonard tonight. Winsboro at Hughes Springs, Howe at Sanger, Raines at Grand Saline, Mineola at West Rusk. Games last week, you know that Leonard beat Commerce 43-6. Also, Mineola over Wills Point 42-10. Winsboro lost to Hooks 41-35. Mount Vernon over Pittsburgh 38-6 in the district last week. And if you look at the standings, and of course these do not count as district games, but Mount Vernon is 2-0. Mineola, Winsboro, and Bonham are 1-1. Howe and Raines are 0-1. And Commerce and surprisingly Pottsboro 0-2.
Wow.
So I think Pottsboro has had a pretty rough schedule so far. I expect them to be just fine before things are over, but they've had a rough start, and they've been outscored 48-107, or 107-48, if you will, in the first 2 games. So, ouch. Yeah. So we'll see about what's going on with Pottsboro. Lady Tigers volleyball, they are 7-8 so far this season. They played at home against Chisholm today at 4:30. If anybody has that outcome, you can call KETR at 903-886-KETR or 5387. They're at Grand Saline Tuesday night and at home against Raines at 4:30 next Friday afternoon. So we'll take another break. We're getting close to kickoff. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR.
The Lone Oak Buffalo.
Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR. John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries. Tigers coming onto the field on this game prior to the 20th anniversary of 9/11, walking onto the field rather than running onto the field, and about, 6 or 8 American flags being carried out by the Tigers. Multiple flags, and it's typical for one player to come out with the American flag and one player to come out with the Texas flag. But tonight, multiple U.S. flags being walked out very solemnly by the Tigers. So
they did also honor first responders in the pregame as well.
Yes, had already had the recognition of first responders, police, fire, and military folks, and emergency medical personnel. So we've already had quite a moving evening here on the eve of the 9/11 observance. And we're about to have the coin toss here, or simulated coin toss, depending on the situation. Kind of varies from week to week. The referee is Sean Hall tonight. The back judge is Jordan Thompson. The umpire is James Rogers. The head linesman is John Johnson, and the back judge is Willie James. And right now, Sean Hall having a conversation with the Tigers, Henry Serrano and Ashton Seal, and also Ty Hoffman, who will be out for this game tonight, but they are the co-captains for the Commerce Tigers. And Adrian Gudgel, the quarterback, is one of the co-captains for Lone Oak. And Commerce has won the toss, but will defer to the second half, and Lone Oak will receive. So Tigers will be kicking off. The other co-captains there for Lone Oak, Cameron Robinson and Jacob Kalunga. So the Tigers will be kicking off with a very slight south wind at their back this evening. It is 87 degrees as we start the ball game tonight. And we're looking for a low overnight of 63 degrees. It's been very pleasant the last few days. Really starting to feel like fall, and I don't think we'll see 63 before the game is over, but should be quite pleasant out here this evening. Here's the Commerce High School Band with our national anthem. Commerce High School Band with our national anthem. And we are about ready to go here at A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium. Of course, we play on the artificial turf here. Starting defense for Commerce tonight, expected Miles Boyd and Henry Serrano, the defensive ends. Jamarian Lewis Brown and Moses Branch, the defensive tackles. The linebackers, Carlos Aubrey, Kendrick Greer, and Isaiah Simon. The cornerbacks, Dre Gadlin and Deshaun Jackson. The strong safety, Brody Bauman. The free safety, Ashton Seal. Tonight we'll set the Commerce offense for you when the Tigers get the football. So Commerce will be kicking off. And Lone Oak will be moving from our left to our right. Tigers opened up the season with a 26-21 loss to Edgewood. Could have easily won that football game. And then last week, Leonard just too strong. They looked very, very good. And of course, Leonard beat Wolf City, I think, 43-7 the week before. So they're 86-13 in their first two games. So pretty darn impressive. Emmanuel Castillo, the freshman place kicker, has it teed up for the Tigers. Of course, they kick off from the 40-yard line in high school football. So from Ernest Hawkins Field, here we go. End over end, relatively short kick, and it is bobbled around the 35-yard line. And looks like Lone Oak going to retain possession here. 36-yard line, not sure which of the Buffaloes, one of the up men in the formation, made a play on the ball there. But Lone Oak starts out at the 36-yard line, first down and 10. Lone Oak started its season with a 28-21 loss against Winona, and then they won last week against Eustis 27-25. That game went right down to the final gun, as Eustis had a chance to win the game on a 32-yard field goal, but it was either partially blocked or it was just off to the left, and they missed, and then Lone Oak able to run out the clock. So Adrian Gudgel is the quarterback in the shotgun, takes the snap, rolling out, passing, and it is almost picked off for Commerce. Gosh.
Dre Gadlin in there. He was underneath the receiver, the ball underthrown. He is in perfect position to make the interception, and it just drops through his hands. Ouch.
He'd like to have that one back for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Could have been a disaster for Lone Oak on the first offensive play. Buffaloes, their colors are red and white. They wear white jerseys, red numerals, red pants, white headgear with the red trim. Look very much like the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Here is a snap to Gudgel, handoff up the middle. And that should be Rincon. No, that is Austin Jackson on the carry. Austin Jackson gets out to the 39-yard line for a gain of 3 yards or thereabouts. So this is 3rd and 7 for Lone Oak as they move from our left to our right in the first quarter on the artificial turf at Ernest Hawkins Field. 3 men wide to the near side, 1 to the far side. Adrian Gudgel, the quarterback, takes the snap, drops back, setting up a screen, and this one is picked off. Interception for Commerce, and that is Henry Serrano.
Wow, he just got in the passing lane and leaped when it was trying to get over his head. Hauls it in with both hands. Fantastic interception by Henry Serrano.
And that is the first defensive turnover for Commerce this year. First time the defense has taken away the ball for the Tigers. Do they ever need that?
Yeah.
So at the Lone Oak 37-yard line, Commerce will start here. And the Tiger offense, Darren Beal at quarterback. Either Kendrick Greer or Isaiah Simon will be the running back. The receivers, Miles Boyd, Deshaun Jackson, Ashton Seal, Dre Gadlin will set the offensive line for you on the next play. But Commerce in plus territory here on the first play from scrimmage after the interception by defensive end Henry Serrano.
2 chances to get that interception, came up with it on the second time.
Now this is not Darren Beal, but this is Brody Bauman starting at quarterback. And you remember that Beal was hurt in last week's game as he was attempting to punt. The punt was blocked, and then he went out and missed the rest of the game. We do see Beal in uniform and didn't seem to be limping before the game, but Brody Bauman gets the start at quarterback, and he runs straight ahead and gets to the 34-yard line for a gain of 3 yards. Now Isaiah Simon, big hole over the right side. Simon cutting back. I see a flag behind the play. Simon gets to the 21-yard line of Lone Oak, and he will have a first down, but there's a flag back at the 32-yard line.
I have a feeling this one's going to go against Commerce, be a holding penalty perhaps.
Yep. Hold against the Tigers.
Ouch. Big run by Simon.
Would have had him at the 21-yard line with a first down, but now there will be the holding call here. Commerce offensive line, Andy Jenkins at left tackle, Noah Howell at left guard, Henry Serrano at center. So many of these guys go both ways. Jack Nichols at right guard, Richard Jackson at right tackle. So now this is second down for the Tigers from the 42-yard line. Second down and 15. Man in motion is Ashton Seal. Brody Bauman is the starting quarterback here for Commerce. He is a senior, but he has not played quarterback except just for a few plays in the game last week at Leonard. Hand off to Isaiah Simon up the middle. Simon going nowhere, shoved back, but he'll have forward progress much further up the field. One of the tacklers there, Jacob Jackson for Lone Oak, a linebacker who had 10 tackles in the game versus Eustis. last week. He has two brothers on the team, Preston Jackson. And there's one more. Where is he? Austin Jackson, right, the running back. So there's three Jackson brothers on this Lone Oak team.
Wow.
Loss is back to the 43, so that's a loss of 1. It's 3rd and 16 for Commerce. Ashton Seal in motion left to right. Bauman passing. Tip, intercepted. Interception for Lone Oak, and now the return into Commerce territory on this tip pass. There's a flag down late.
Austin Jackson, just talking about him. He gets the tipped ball from one of his teammates and then hauls in the pass and takes it the other way. Bauman, his first attempt of the night. It's the interception.
One of the Jackson brothers with the interception there. And he takes it to the Commerce 48-yard line. Waiting on the indication here of what this penalty will be about.
And it was on the tackle after there was already a gang tackle in effect.
Holding against Lone Oak.
Okay.
So this will push them back into their own territory at least.
Penalty was a block in the back against the Buffaloes.
Our public address announcer Randy Stark says block in the back. I guess that he had his hand open, didn't he? Block in the back makes a bit more sense, actually. Yeah. So block in the back against the Buffaloes. They start at their 42-yard line. So we've had a turnover against each offense already. No score. 9:58 left to go in the first quarter. Adrian Gudgel, the quarterback, fakes a handoff, keeps it himself around the left side, and is bumped out of bounds near the 50-yard line.
Pickup of 9 on the play.
It's a nice pickup. Actually at the Commerce 49, so give him 9 yards at 2nd down and 1. Lone Oak, as almost all high school teams, they operate from the spread. Almost goes without saying. They have 3 wide to the near side and 1 to the far side, 2 in the slot to this side. Now Gudgel comes up under the center, who is Leland Wedeking, and says something to him, changes the play somehow. Swings it out. Luke Oanessian, slot receiver, makes the catch. And he gets to the Commerce 42-yard line. Kendrick Greer makes the tackle. That's a first down for Lone Oak. Kendrick Greer last week had 17 tackles in the ball game against Leonard. Of course, that's solo tackles and assists. First down, Lone Oak. Commerce 42-yard line after the interception moments ago. Adrian Gudgel has Mariano Rincon, a running back, standing a step to his left. Fakes to Rincon, up the middle. Gudgel eludes a tackler, and now is swarmed near the 40-yard line. We'll see where they give him forward progress. On the tackle there for the Tigers, that's Ashton Seal. And Jamarian Lewis Brown teaming up on that tackle. To the 38-yard line he goes.
Seeing more running tonight. Last week, it looked like Gudgel did a bunch of passing. Comes out
he did.
Trying to run more tonight.
This is 2nd and 6. Play action. Throwing down the near side. And it is overthrown at the 10-yard line. That's intended for Aaron Porter, his top receiver there, closely covered by one of the Tigers.
Yeah, that was a throwing up. Give your receiver a chance down the sidelines. If he can't catch it, it'll go out of bounds. But it sailed a little bit on Gudgel. It winds up going well out of bounds, well out of the reach of Ohanessian.
Good coverage there by Tyshawn Harris for the Commerce Tigers. So this is 3rd down and 7. Scoreboard says 6. That might be closer. Adrian Gudgel in the shotgun has 2 wide to either side. Man in motion. Right to left. That's Jacob Jackson. Play action. Passing for Oanessian. Caught, but I think short of a first down. And the tackle there by Dre Gadlin for Commerce. Also helping out of that tackle, Andy Jenkins. Going to be 4th and 1 at the Commerce 33-yard line.
Yeah, he caught the ball, but Commerce coverage was on top of him. They were keeping the receivers in front of that first down line. They succeeded, held them back, but Lone Oak going to go for this.
Sure, they'll go for the first down here at the Commerce 33 on 4th and 1. Gudgel has a back on either side of him here at an H-back behind the right tackle. Handoff to Rincon, their leading rusher. He will have the first down short pickup, but he gets close to the 30-yard line. And on the tackle for the Tigers, Andy Jenkins there, also Seth Riddle, a sophomore, in on that tackle. First down for Lone Oak at the 30-yard line.
Needed one, got two. That moves the chains and keeps the drive alive.
Seventh play of the drive for Lone Oak started at the Buffalo 42-yard line after the Austin Jackson interception. Snap to Gudgel. Handoff goes to Mariano Rincon over the right side. He is tackled by Kendrick Greer after a gain of about 3 yards to the 27-yard line.
Rincon just getting the yards in small chunks so far, but that first down was a big one on fourth.
Rincon averaging 6 yards a carry coming into the ballgame with 114 yards rushing and a touchdown. Second down and 7. Handoff, Rincon again going right. Hit, breaks the first tackle. Gets short yardage. Aaron Seal is there for Commerce. Also, again, Jamarian Lewis Brown, a sophomore for the Tigers.
He was bouncing around like a pinball. Showed some ability to stay on his feet.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the Tigers weren't about to let him get loose again. He was fighting.
So this is 3rd and 5. I make it for Commerce. Ball's on the near hash as they move left to right. At the Commerce 27-yard line. Adrian Gudgel clapping for the ball, gets the shotgun snap, drops back, throwing over the middle, has a man out there. Porter makes the catch, touchdown. Aaron Porter, his 3rd touchdown of the season. He is a dangerous receiver. He had a step on his man about 3 steps into the end zone. Nicely thrown ball there by Adrian Gudgel. And it's a 26-yard touchdown pass for Lone Oak, and they take the lead 6-0.
Yeah, perfect pass. He just beat the defense and had about 3 yards on the nearest defender and then jumps for the ball and hauls it in with both hands. Good pass, good catch.
Luke Oanessian is the place kicker for the Buffaloes. There's the snap. Hold by Jacob Jackson is good. Kick is good. 7-0. Lone Oak, 6:38 left to go first quarter. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
Hello, I'm Mark Rudin, president of Texas A&M University Commerce. I want to encourage you to get a COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available to you. I have taken the shot, and I hope you will do the same to protect yourself, your family, friends, and our community. The COVID-19 vaccines are proven to be safe and effective. They will make it possible for us to once again spend face-to-face time with our family and friends and return to our everyday lives. Please consider getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you, and stay healthy, Northeast Texas.
Well, hello, folks. It's your old buddy Luke Clayton inviting you to tune in to our hunting and fishing show every Saturday morning at 5 a.m.
I'm out cameras checking, filling feeders, scouting, always learning something every time I go out there.
First trip out, me and my dad caught 43 fish in 45 minutes. Sometimes you don't even have to move. The bites good.
And remember, you can go to KETR.org and listen to the archive of our past shows.
Back deep for the Tigers.
For Lone Oak, that's a 58-yard drive in 9 plays, set up on the interception on a tip ball by Austin Jackson. Touchdown to Aaron Porter, 26-yard TD pass from Adrian Gudgel. That is now his 5th touchdown pass of the season. Kick by Ohanessian. 7-0 Lone Oak. His kickoff end over end to the 25-yard line. And the return here by Brody Bauman. Starting at quarterback for Commerce. Gets up to the 35-yard line. We haven't seen the spot quite yet, but thereabouts, 35. So Bauman getting the start at quarterback. And again, Darren Beal, they gave him the 39-yard line, by the way, so I'm considerably off there. 39.
Hey, it rhymed, kind of.
Darren Beal, the starter in the first 2 games, injured in the first half last week and did not come back. We saw him on crutches on the sideline, but he is in uniform here tonight and looked to be in pretty good shape during warm-ups, so we might see him yet. But Brody Bauman is getting the start here at quarterback for Commerce. Bauman in the shotgun. Handoff goes to Ashton Seal on a jet sweep to the near side, and Seal makes the corner, turns upfield. Tackled there by Sean Robertson, who's the backup quarterback for Lone Oak. And Ashton Seal gets across the 45 up to the 46-yard line. That is a gain of 7 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 2. Good-looking play. Snap to Bauman. Handoff up the middle. Between the tackles goes Isaiah Simon for the Tigers. And he's to the 50-yard line, and that should be good enough for a 1st down.
Yeah, moving the chains right there. Picks up 4 yards on the ground. Technically his first positive run of the night. He had a big one called back for holding, and he picks up the 1st down there.
Snap to Bauman. Aaron Seal in motion left to right, takes the handoff, cuts it back as he gets to the hash mark, picks up a short gain to the Lone Oak 47-yard line, make that a gain of 3 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 7 for Commerce. Tigers moving from our right to our left. Lone Oak leading 7-0. Touchdown pass moments ago. And now we have, who is this at quarterback? This is Deshaun Jackson, a direct snap to Deshaun Jackson. And Jackson, very elusive, quick feet, gets outside, crosses the line of scrimmage, crosses the Lone Oak 40 down to the 38-yard line of the Buffaloes.
Yeah, gets that 1st down, gets about 10 yards on the ground, and yeah, you could see some of that Deshaun Jackson, the moves, the speed, the agility at work on that play.
So that's interesting. Deshaun Jackson, normally a Tiger wide receiver, and he is in there at quarterback right now. And Jackson takes the snap, uses his blockers. Over the right side, gets to the 35-yard line for a gain of about 3 yards. Remember, Deshaun Jackson had the 75-yard touchdown pass in the first game against Edgewood.
That was fun.
It was a beautiful bomb from Darren Beal. Here's 2nd and 7. And rolling out and passing and complete to the 25-yard line. And the catch there is by Dre Gadlin.
That was a laser there. It goes in, hits Gadlin in the chest, bounces a little bit, but he's able to haul it in.
And that's a 1st down, and that was Brody Bauman back in the ballgame at quarterback, and he's still in. So Brody Bauman back at quarterback. And now tosses it out to Deshaun Jackson again out in the flat left side. And Jackson down the sideline to the Lone Oak 6-yard line. 19 yards on the gain to Jackson. Tigers very creative on this offensive drive. Wow.
Mixing it up a little bit, keeping different guys coming. Bauman showing his arm a little bit and getting Jackson in there to make some electricity happen.
Snap to Brody Bauman, right side. Bauman lowers his shoulder across the 5 down to about the 2-yard line.
They're going to give him the 1. He landed on a defender and rolled over him before he touched the ground. They give him that extra yard.
That play to Deshaun Jackson a short time ago, really kind of an option play. Except it was an overhand toss instead of an underhand toss, but otherwise more or less an option. Here is the play, 2nd down, and goal from the 1. And again, Brody Bauman takes the snap, looking for a block, and he is swarmed by Lone Oak tacklers, more or less at the line of scrimmage. And in there on the tackle for Lone Oak, Noel Ramirez and Leland Wedeking.
That was good defense by Lone Oak. They just converged on him, busted through the line, were able to stop him just short of the goal line. Commerce just trying to make that final 1-yard push for those points.
Big play here. Tigers down 7-0, 3rd and goal at the 1. Snap to Brody Bauman, opens up for him left side, and he lowers his shoulder and scores for Commerce. It was tougher than I thought it was going to be. Looked like it was wide open there at first, but then one of the Buffaloes came over, got a set of shoulder pads on him and brought him down. But Brody Bauman, impressive run for Commerce, scores on that 3rd and goal from the 1, and it's 7-6.
Looks like Commerce will be going for 2 here.
They show the swinging gate.
And now they come in to do it. Darren Beal, no, that's Bauman out there holding. The 2 looks a little bit like an 8 when he's crouched down.
Emmanuel Castillo with the extra point, and the kick is on the way, and the kick is good. 7-7 our score. 3:21 left to go first quarter. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Let's talk about that garage. It could be so much more, but that old car that you don't use, just sitting there, taking up space, you could make room for your dreams in the coming months by donating that unwanted vehicle to us. We'll take care of it, have it picked up at no cost to you, and use the proceeds to benefit KETR. Call 855-KETR-123 to learn more.
88.9 KETR Commerce, your home for Notably Texan.
Commerce, a 61-yard drive in 9 plays. Had a 19-yard run by Deshaun Jackson along the way. We saw Jackson more or less at the Wildcat position, if you want to call it that, really a quarterback. Here's the kickoff, and again, it is bobbled over on the far side by Lone Oak, and Austin Jackson falls on it at the 31-yard line. Brody Bauman starting at quarterback for the Tigers, gets the touchdown on a 1-yard run. Emmanuel Castillo with the kick, and we have a tie game. Each team has scored on its last possession.
Yeah, good game. Commerce just kind of marched down the field, no penalties to push them back, kept their momentum up, earned every yard of it. Couple of good runs by Jackson, but overall just pushing it forward as they needed, finally plunging across that goal line for 6.
Aaron Seal had a couple of nice runs on that drive. Yep. So here we go, and we have a new quarterback in the ball game for Lone Oak, and this is Robertson. It's a screen pass to the far side that is caught by Rincon, and he is brought down behind the line of scrimmage.
Wow.
And on the tackle there for the Tigers, that's Carlos Serrano, younger brother of Henry Serrano. That's a loss back to the 25-yard line. So that's a loss of 6 yards. They're trying to set up a screen to Mariano Rincon over there on the far side. Lone Oak moving left to right on the far hash. Robertson, hands off. Bowling ahead is Mariano Rincon for about 4 yards or so. Carlos Aubrey there for Commerce on the tackle. Also Henry Serrano and Jamarian Lewis Brown. We've said his name quite a bit so far today. Give him only the 28. I thought he might have made the 30, but they say the 28 is where his knee went down.
Robertson's a sophomore. He has had some playing time, but he's 1 of 5 for 8 yards and 2 interceptions.
Now running for his life, and he is going to be sacked back behind the 20-yard line.
Henry Serrano.
Henry Serrano for Commerce. His second big play of the night. He had an interception on the first possession for Lone Oak, and the sack is back to the 19-yard line on Sean Robertson, a sophomore quarterback for Lone Oak. So they have fourth down and very long. 4th and 22, it says.
Wow.
Adrian Gudgel, from what I saw in video, no, not Adrian Gudgel, but Mariano Rincon is the punter. And 1 man deep for Commerce, and that is Ashton Seal. This is a nice-looking punt. And Ashton Seal backs off of it, lets it roll, and goes out of bounds at the Commerce 37-yard line. So that's a really good-looking punt there by Mariano Rincon. That's a 43-yard punt. And he punted it away from Ashton Seal toward the sideline. And went out of bounds at the 37-yard line. So 1:20 left to go in the first quarter. 7-7 is the score. Tigers now first down at their own 37-yard line. Lone Oak scored on a 26-yard pass from Adrian Gudgel to Aaron Porter. Commerce scored on a 1-yard run by Brody Bauman. Each team has an interception. Tigers moving right to left. 1:20 to go in the first quarter. And a big hole over the right side for Isaiah Simon of Commerce into Lone Oak territory. And the tackle for Lone Oak by Sean Robertson going both ways. But Isaiah Simon all the way to the Lone Oak 42-yard line.
21 yards. He just exploded and hit that line of scrimmage at full speed.
And once again, Isaiah Simon, the middle,
Simon on the right side.
carrying Buffaloes with him to about the 36-yard line on that first down play.
And they're picking up about 7 more.
Yeah. Corbin Smith, who just joined the team this week, the varsity anyway, makes the tackle there at the 36-yard line of the Buffaloes. This is 2nd and 3 for Commerce. Snap to Ballman. Wide out screen being attempted over to the far side, and it is dropped by Deshaun Jackson. They're trying to get that little bubble screen going over there, but Jackson not able to wrap his fingers around it. It'll be 3rd down and 3 for Commerce.
And honestly, there was a Lone Oak Buffalo coming up on defense on him, so it might have been for the best that he dropped that so they don't lose yards. They would have lost about 3 or 4 yards if he made the tackle.
3rd and 3 from the Commerce, or from the Lone Oak 36-yard line. Here's a handoff to Carlos Aubrey on the jet sweep. He finally makes the corner, turns upfield, and may have the first down over on the far side.
It looked like he well had it, but apparently he stepped out of bounds right at the marker. This is very close.
Now they signal first down.
All right.
And it may be by a foot. Carlos Aubrey in motion from left to right on the jet sweep. Gets the first down at the 33-yard line. So the Tigers threatening, game tied at 7. 22 seconds left to go first quarter as Commerce moves to the north end zone. Here's a direct snap again. Deshaun Jackson. Down the right side. There he goes. Touchdown.
33 yards for Pater for Deshaun Jackson.
So again, we see Jackson lining up in the Wildcat, or really it's no different than Brody Ballman. He's basically lining up as a quarterback, but he's definitely looking to run. And he is elusive and fast, and they snapped it to him, and he went to his right, got past a couple of Buffalo tacklers, made his way to the sideline, and nobody was going to corral him from that point. 33-yard run by Deshaun Jackson.
And he used his agility, got some good blocking on the outside, finally found that lane and broke free down the sideline.
Kick by Castillo is good. 14-7. Commerce leads with 14 seconds left to go in the first quarter. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
On Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, we are not afraid to ask the big questions, even to the guy who owns the Chicago Cubs.
There's a few people that just misunderstand something about, like, why beer costs $9 or something like that.
Why does beer cost $9?
Why does a starting pitcher cost $25 million?
We're worth what you pay for us, which is nothing. Join us for the News Quiz from NPR.
Tomorrow morning at 9 on 88.9 KETR.
Hello, I'm Mark Rudin, president of Texas A&M University Commerce. I want to encourage you to get a COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available to you. I have taken the shot, and I hope you will do the same to protect yourself, your family, friends, and our community. The COVID-19 vaccines are proven to be safe and effective. They will make it possible for us to once again spend face-to-face time with our family and friends and return to our everyday lives. Please consider getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you, and stay healthy, Northeast Texas.
Commerce, a 63-yard drive in 5 plays, the 33-yard touchdown run by Deshaun Jackson for the Tigers. That is his second touchdown of the season. Here again, Castillo, the kick to the far side of the field taken by Austin Jackson. And Jackson lowers his shoulder on the return and bumped out of bounds over on the far side. Somewhere around the 35. We'll see where they say he went out. It'll be the 34-yard line in Lone Oak territory.
And he almost dropped that field in it. He ran up a little far and had to kind of reach for it. It bounced around a little bit around the 28-yard line, and then he took it upfield. Looked like he might have had a little more room, but the Commerce special teams converged.
So this probably will be the final play of the first quarter. 9 seconds left to go. Commerce leading 14-7. Let's see if Adrian Gudgel is back in the ballgame. He is at quarterback for Lone Oak. And a handoff up the middle to Mariano Rincon. Rincon carrying a couple of Tigers on his back. Gets close to the 40-yard line And one of those Tigers on that tackle, Carlos Serrano. And that is a gain of about 6 yards there for Mariano Rincon. They'll have a 2nd and 4 when we come back into the first quarter. Commerce 14, Lone Oak 7. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Hey, if you're the sort of person who likes to think, not all the time, but some of the time, if you like to explore, if you like to imagine, if you like to listen to a sharp and vivid conversation, if you like doing a puzzle or unpuzzling a puzzle, if you like mystery, if you like simply exploring, you might like us. We're Radiolab. We're on Saturday afternoons at 1 on 88.9 KETR. Check us out. And if you already have, keep checking us out.
Hello, I'm Mark Rudin, president of Texas A&M University Commerce. I want to encourage you to get a COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available to you. I have taken the shot, and I hope you will do the same to protect yourself, your family, friends, and our community. The COVID-19 vaccines are proven to be safe and effective. They will make it possible for us to once again spend face-to-face time with our family and friends and return to our everyday lives. Please consider getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you, and stay healthy, Northeast Texas.
Commerce leading Lone Oak 14-7 as we start the second quarter. And with the second quarter play-by-play, here's Kevin Jeffries.
Lone Oak getting the ball on their own 40-yard line, switching ends of the field, moving right to left. Come out 2 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near. Here's Cudgel with the snap, hands off to Rincon, takes it to the left, ankle tackled, and then wrapped up on defense by Moses Branch coming in, finishing off the tackle. Rincon getting about a yard on the carry. Brings up 2nd and 4.
Carlos Serrano also had a piece of that tackle for Commerce, but really no gain there.
Yeah, let's make that no gain. So a 3rd and 4 for Lone Oak. Pistol formation. Cudgel in the backfield, Rincon to his right. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near, ball on the near hash. Here's the snap. 3-step drop, looking to his left. Firing down the near sideline and well overthrown. Intended for number 5, his receiver Trey Hubbard, but well missed him by about 10 yards over his head down the near sideline. Bringing up 4th down for Lone Oak.
Really good coverage there by Dre Gadlin for Commerce. Step for step with him all the way down the sideline. And Hubbard, I saw on video this week, he is a freshman. He is a really good-looking young receiver. And, they're going to enjoy having him around for the next 3 years after this season.
And that's one thing. This entire Lone Oak squad is very young. After going over the rosters this week, I remembered last year was mostly freshmen and sophomores playing. So, a few seniors. Lone Oak lined up to punt. 14-7 Commerce, 11-17 left in the first half. Here's the snap. Here's the punt. It's high. It's deep. Lands around the 25-yard line. Gets fielded around the 17. Off to the left sideline. Up the sideline. Grabbed from behind and slung out of bounds. Ashton Seal taking it down to around the 35-yard line for the Tigers. Commerce Tigers will set up there with a touchdown extra point lead. 14-7 Commerce over Lone Oak here in the early in the second quarter.
It's a 32-yard punt by Mariano Rincon.
That was a good punt.
And a return there of 13 yards by Ashton Seal.
It's Commerce mixing it up with Bauman and Jackson. Each taking turns at quarterback. Jackson clearly looking to run when he's in there. Quarterback Bauman has the ability to throw, but he's also thrown an interception tonight. But Bauman coming out in the pistol. Jackson in motion. Stops, goes back. Handoff. Bauman keeps it. Up the middle. He's got room to run. He's past the first down marker down to the 47-yard line. Maybe the 46. That'll be 11 yards on the quick run by Bauman.
Colton Money on the tackle, a senior for Lone Oak, had 8 tackles in the ball game against Eustis last week. Bauman looks pretty good, doesn't he?
Yes, that is the most running room Commerce really has seen tonight. Jackson's made some running room, but it was there. Here's a handoff to Jackson on the near side, almost gets taken down to the backfield, hurdles a defender at the line of scrimmage, falls forward for a yard. Some athleticism on display by Jackson on that one. Second down.
Sean Robertson on the tackle for Lone Oak, as Jackson able to only get, depending on the spot, I think they will give him the 47, so that's a 2-yard gain.
So second down for the Tigers, 14-7, Commerce over Lone Oak. Here's the snap. Takes the handoff, rolling out to the right, firing it down the sideline. He's got an open man, comes back, but he can't get to it. Dre Gadlin targeted on that one. He tried to turn around and come back to the ball wide open, but he couldn't quite get to it, so it falls incomplete. Third down, Commerce.
Ball underthrown there. And again, Brody Bauman seeing basically his first action at quarterback, first meaningful action. He came into the game late last week against Leonard after Ty Hoffman was injured. And didn't have a chance to do much, but so far, so good.
Yeah, 3rd and 9. Here's the snap. Fakes the pitch, looking to throw, does. He off to the left side, nowhere to run. He's going to get 0 yards on that catch. Isaiah Simon with the catch going nowhere, 4th down for the Tigers.
Austin Jackson there for Lone Oak. Also Leland Wedeking on that tackle.
4th down.
Just a second completion for Bauman, and he does have an interception too on his first pass of the game. Both the starting quarterbacks had interceptions in their first series. So 4th and 9, punt formation out there. Commerce up 14-7, 9:37 left in the first half. Jackson moves late, comes up to the line, goes in motion. He's one of the gunners now. Here's the snap, kicks deep. Kind of a line drive, hits around the 22, takes a Commerce bounce. They're going to down it around the 17-yard line, and that's where the Buffaloes will take over. Both teams trading punts here in the second quarter.
That's a 36-yard punt there by Castillo, by Emmanuel Castillo for the Commerce Tigers. And guess who the deep snapper was on that?
Henry Serrano?
No, Brody Bauman.
Brody Bauman, that's right. He's a special teams snapper. He handles the ball. He's the...
So your quarterback...
The down man on the extra point. What is that, the holder?
The holder?
The holder.
I'd have to look again, but yeah, I think he was. I believe you're right. But now Ty Hoffman had been the deep snapper, but he's injured. So now Brody Bauman is not only your starting quarterback, he's your deep snapper. Gotta love high school football.
Yeah. So from their own 17-yard line, the Lone Oak Buffaloes take up, down by 7 to Commerce. 2 receivers near, 1 far, well on the far side of the field. Here's the snap. Takes the handoff. Quick pass, and it's over his hands. He had some room to run if he catches that. Commerce defender lunged for it too, but it went well high, bouncing off the hands of Trey Hubbard.
Yeah, Tyshawn Harris. Good coverage there for Commerce.
So 2nd and 10 from their 17-yard line for Lone Oak. Down 14-7 to Commerce with about just over 9 minutes left in the first half. 2 receivers each side. Here's the snap. Quick throw out to the near side. Up the sideline. Knocked out of bounds after 7, maybe 8 yards on the carry. And that was Jacob Jackson with the catch for Lone Oak.
She'll knock him out of bounds.
One of the Jackson brothers out there tonight, John Mark.
There's 3 of them.
To the 23-yard line. 3rd down.
Preston Jackson, Austin Jackson, and Jacob Jackson.
Oh, they're only going to give him 6 yards on the catch. It looked like it would initially be more than that. So, 3rd down, 3rd and 4 for Lone Oak. Here's the snap. Running up the middle, looking for room to run. Takes it to the outside. He's got some green. He's got the first down, the 30, the 35. Turning on the Jets, the 50, the 40. Does a sidestep. Commerce catches him from behind around the 30. Takes him down at the 25-yard line. Tyshawn Harris getting in his way, making him step up, or he was taking it for a touchdown. Still a huge run by Gudgel for the Buffaloes.
Yeah. Dre Gadlin also coming up to make that stop for Commerce. Tyshawn Harris had him in his sights, but he made a great move and got another 10 or so yards down the field.
Yeah, Commerce takes a timeout on this one. We'll take it with them. The Tigers up 14-7 over Lone Oak. 8:50 left in the first half. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
They say the best things in life are free, and that may be true even in the case of 88.9 KETR. The programs on this channel are certainly free to consume anyway, but they aren't free to produce. This station depends on its listeners to support this work with their donations to KETR.org. If you're planning to simplify your life this coming fall, start by giving yourself more space. Donate that unwanted vehicle you no longer need to us. We'll have it picked up at no cost to you. Get top dollar for it and then use the proceeds to present your favorite KETR programs. Call 855-KETR-123 to get started.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce Branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
52-yard run by Gudgel puts them at the 25-yard line of Commerce. First down. Lone Oak down by 7, 14-7 Commerce. 4 wide receivers. Lone Oak on the far hash, moving right to left. Here's the snap. Looks to quick throw. Can't. Commerce under pressure. Takes it to the outside. Turns it up. Gets about 4 yards on the carry, and flags fly on the play.
There's a late flag on the play.
Run out of bounds by linebacker Isaiah Simon over on the far side.
And the flags came in as he was getting run out of bounds, but I didn't think it was late enough to look like a late hit.
Well, there's 2 down. There's 1 at the line of scrimmage, and then there's 1 downfield.
Yeah, they came out around the same time. And I think they were calling the same penalty, but it may have been a holding call on Lone Oak, but it didn't seem like it was late enough to be a late hit. But we shall see what the refs saw. They have a much better view of it. This looks like a face mask.
No, holding. And face mask Commerce. Holding Lone Oak and face mask Commerce offsetting.
So let's do it again, y'all. Offsetting penalties. So it'll be 1st and 10 once again for Lone Oak, down 14-7 to Commerce. 8:45 left in the first half. 2 receivers far, 2 near. They go get their flag back so they can throw it again.
Might need that again.
Yeah. Rincon to the left of Gudgel in the backfield. Lone Oak on the far hash. Man in motion from the far side. Gets the handoff. Coming up near. Under pressure. Avoids a defender. Turns it up. Gets taken down. Kendrick Greer in there first on the hit. Taking down Aaron Porter for 3 yards on the carry. He almost broke that loose.
Carlos Aubrey also teaming up on the tackle there with Kendrick Greer for the Tigers. Carlos Aubrey outside linebacker, Kendrick Greer inside linebacker for Commerce.
So 2nd and 7 for Lone Oak. 3 receivers on the far side. Lone Oak on the near hash. A receiver here along the sideline. Here's the snap. 3-step drop. Looking to his left. Fires over the middle. In and out of the hands of Trey Hubbard. He got in front of the coverage. Ashton Seal on the coverage there. He had gotten in front. Good pass. No catch.
And Deshaun Jackson also there for Commerce. Made contact with him just as the ball hit his hand. So perfect timing there by Deshaun Jackson, who had the 33-yard touchdown run not long ago.
Yes. So 3rd and 7 from the Commerce 22-yard line for Lone Oak. Down 14-7 to Commerce. 2 receivers each side. Gudgel with the snap. 3-step drop, looking to his left, fires over the middle. It's caught for the first down, and then he goes down. Tackled immediately by Ashton Seal, but that'll be enough for a first down for Jacob Jackson.
It'll be a first down for the Buffaloes at the 13-yard line.
We call that 7 yards on the catch for Jackson. That was a nice quick hit over the middle. Just a little to the left hash mark. Flags on the play. False start on Lone Oak, pushing back 5.
Yeah, that's big for Commerce.
They're moving back 5 yards. First down and 15.
Those penalties can do as much to slow a team down as the opposing defense, sometimes more so.
Absolutely. So to the 18-yard line. Lone Oak will go. 1st and 15. They can get a first down at the 4. 3 receivers near. 1 near. Here's a snap. Read option, hands it off to Rincon, cuts up field. He's hit almost immediately by Commerce Tigers. A yard gained on the carry. That'll bring up second down.
Moses Branch made the first contact for Commerce, and then Kendrick Greer came in to finish it off.
Second down, 14.
Big play for the Tiger defense there, though.
Absolutely. He was trying to find some room to run, and they had them both. It was a read option play for Cudgel, but there's nowhere to go for either of them. So 2nd and 14 for Lone Oak on the 17-yard line. Here's the snap, 3-step drop, under pressure, fires, down, out the back of the end zone, incomplete. Lone Oak, 3rd and long for the Buffalo.
Intended for Aaron Porter, their top receiver, had the touchdown catch short time ago, but really good coverage there by Dre Gadlin for Commerce. When we talk about Moses Branch, he's playing defensive tackle. We don't have heights and weights on these guys. But if he is taller than, say, 5'9", 5'10", and 180 pounds, I would be very surprised. But he's playing defensive tackle.
And he's been playing well tonight, too.
Absolutely.
Lone Oak on the far hash, 3 wide receivers on the near side, one on the far. Rincon to the left. Here's the snap. 3-step drop under all kinds of pressure. Taken down in the backfield. The Tigers getting in for the sack.
And that is Kendrick Greer and Henry Serrano teaming up there. And also, I would give a assist to Carlos Serrano on that sack.
He's going to lose about 10 yards on the sack. Push him all the way back to the 25-yard line. So I guess this will be 8 yards lost on the sack.
That'll be the second sack of the season for Henry Serrano, although did he have one in the first quarter?
I think he did,
yeah,
yes.
That would be, if that's the case, that'd be his 3rd sack. And Kendrick Greer will have his 2nd sack of the season. Here's a long field goal attempt. 42 yards here.
42 yards. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It's up. And had the distance, but not the aim. No good. Commerce takes over around the 30-yard line.
Luke Oanessian was the place kicker there, and just needed about another yard or so. It was on line, but just under the crossbar.
Actually, no. I think he had the distance. It was off to the left. It didn't have the line.
Did you think?
Yeah. I think he missed it. But Commerce will take this over then. As he had it, it looked like it would have just gone over the crossbar, but it was wide right to me. So 14-7 Commerce, 5:56 left in the first half. They'll take over at their own 25-yard line.
So Lone Oak moved the ball there 63 yards.
And penalties. You were talking about penalties. That killed them. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. Breaks one tackle. Can't break the second. 6 yards still on the carry for Commerce. I believe there was Isaiah Simon on the carry.
Yep. Tigers leading 14-7. 5:40 left to go in the first half.
So Isaiah Simon with 6 yards. This will be 2nd and 4. 2 receivers on each side. Commerce on the far hash. Here's the snap. Bauman taking some lead blocking to the right. Gets near the first down. The line to gain. We'll see if they give him the first down. They're going to push him back a yard. So 3 yards on the carry for Bauman. This will bring up 3rd and 1 for the Tigers.
Leland Wedeking in on that tackle, and Jacob Jackson helping him out for Lone Oak.
Simon behind Bauman in the shotgun. Simon gets the carry, takes it to the right, got the first down, a little bit more at the 40s hit, stood up by the Buffaloes, and then taken down around the 41-yard line. That will be 7 yards on the carry for Isaiah Simon. First down, Commerce.
No Ramirez and also Vance Zolnai teaming up to bring Isaiah Simon down.
Here's the snap. Hand off to Simon over the right side again to the 45. Trying to get up. Ooh, big stiff arm on a Buffalo. Falls forward at the sideline. 9 yards on the carry. Tough run again for Simon.
It was Austin Ram brought him down, but paid a price for it. As you said, Isaiah Simon really showed that excellent stiff arm there. He's good-looking running back, I tell you. And he's reading his blockers well. You watch him take the handoff, kind of read the defense before he makes his move.
Here's a snap, a pitch over to Simon on the left side, and he gets hit in the backfield and taken down. He paused a little bit instead of being decisive, and it gave Lone Oak a little time to wrap him up. He's going to lose 2 yards on the carry. It'll bring up a 3rd and 4 for Commerce, up 14-7 over Lone Oak.
Sean Robertson, sophomore defensive back, and Preston Jackson, junior defensive back, on the tackle there for the Buffaloes.
3:42 left in the half. Commerce up 14-7 at their own 47-yard line. Here's a snap. Handoff into a man in motion. Ashton Seal to the 50. He's got the first down to the 45 in Lone Oak territory. Taken down around the 43-yard line. First down, Commerce.
Yep.
It's another Commerce Tigers.
This will be 10 yards on the carry for Ashton Seal, the man in motion. He just wants to be your man in motion. All he needs is a pair of wings.
Jacob Jackson and Leland Wedeke on the tackle. Whistles.
I think it's going to be a false start on Commerce, pushing back 5. So it'll be a 1st and 15 for Commerce, up 14-7 over Lone Oak Buffaloes. 3:14 left in the first half. This is going to put Commerce at the Buffalo 48-yard line.
You know, one thing we didn't talk about last week, we didn't have the opportunity that much, but Commerce didn't, as bad as it was against Leonard last week, there weren't nearly as many penalties. I need to go back and look at that to see, but I don't think there were nearly as many penalties as there were the first week.
They did
against
clean
Edgewood.
it up, yes. Oh, just speak of the devil, John Mark. Look at you, you jinx. Another false start for Commerce.
Oh, dear.
So bring up 1st and 20 back in their own territory.
I make a slash mark on my drive chart every time there's a penalty and then write the new yard line. And it's not good when you see 2 or 3 slash marks together.
All right, so 1st and 20, Commerce on the near hash. 2 receivers on the near side. One on the far. Jackson in at quarterback in the Wildcat. Read option, he keeps it. Bringing it back to the right side. Trying to get upfield. He's across the 50, going to the sideline. Knocked out around the 46-yard line. Almost back to the original line of scrimmage. They're going to give him 8 yards on the carry for Jackson.
You don't want to be the guy who's going to try to tackle him one-on-one in the open field.
Yep.
He'd make you look bad.
So 2nd and 12 for Commerce from the Lone Oak 45. Jackson in it again. Read option, going to the left, trying to find some room up at the middle. Finds a little bit. He's down to about the 40 and hit. Driven back. We'll see what they give him here. I thought he maybe got to the 40, but it might just be the 38, 39.
Well.
Yeah, they're going to give him the 38, so.
Well, I think it's actually 42 here.
Oh, yeah, the 42, excuse me.
Yeah, I do that too all the time.
So 3 yards on the carry for Jackson.
So, but this is a reasonable 3rd and 9 here for Commerce.
2 receivers each side, ball in the middle of the field. Here's the snap. 3-step drop, looking upfield, under pressure. Bauman goes down in the backfield. He's sacked around the 48-yard line. 4th down, Commerce.
Linebacker Noel Ramirez, a senior, shooting the gap and bringing Brody Bauman down for a big loss back to the Buffalo 48-yard line. So that's a loss of 6.
Bring out the punt formation for Commerce. So penalties effectively killed that drive.
Yep. Timeout.
Timeout on the field, taken by Lone Oak. 1:33 left in the first half, 14-7 Commerce. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Next time on APM SymphonyCast, we're at the BBC Proms. This week, award-winning Icelandic pianist Víkingur Ólafsson makes his much-anticipated Proms debut. He's the soloist in concertos by Johann Sebastian Bach and Mozart with the Philharmonia Orchestra. I'm Julie Amacher. That's next time on APM SymphonyCast.
Sunday night at 7 on 88.9 KETR.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Commerce back to punt. 4th and 15. Here's the snap. Here's the punt. It's high. It's deep. It's going to land out of bounds around the 22-yard line, and the ref's going to mark it out of bounds at the 28. I don't know how he came up with that, but he did. 1:26 left in the first half. We have video back on YouTube of this game. Hopefully we'll get a little bit better angles as the night goes on for the second half, too.
Would that be also on Facebook?
Yes. Also on Facebook, KETR Radio, or you can search KETR FM on YouTube. See that? You can check out last week's Leonard game as well on YouTube.
It's a 25-yard punt by Emmanuel Castillo for Commerce. I've never known how the officials determine where a punt goes out of bounds when it's in the air. It goes over the sideline. How they determine exactly where it went out, I've never understood.
Ball on the near hash, 1st and 10 for Lone Oak. Here's the snap. Gudgel keeps it, rolling out to his right, looking upfield. He's got a man wide open, hits him at the 45, the 50. Under pressure, Commerce takes him down in their own territory around the 43-yard line. So that's from the 27 to the Commerce 43. We're looking at 30 yards on the pass.
It's Luke Oanessian who makes the catch there, and Kendrick Greer and also Carlos Aubrey.
He was just wide open. Excuse me. He was wide open over the middle of the field. Easy pitch and catch there.
So Commerce takes timeout. 1:10 left to go in the first half. Tigers leading 14-7 over Lone Oak, but Lone Oak has had the better of it of late since the Jackson 33-yard run, and that came at the very end of the first quarter. No scoring yet in the second quarter here, but Lone Oak has moved the ball more consistently than Commerce, although each team on its last drive was able to get something of a drive going, and now Lone Oak again is moving the ball here. And let's see, with timeouts remaining 2 for Lone Oak and 1 for Commerce at this point.
Okay, so they got timeouts that they can use. We kept it here, and Commerce just took a timeout after that to talk this one over, but it'll be 1st and 10 for Lone Oak from the Commerce 44-yard line after the huge pass play to Luke Ohanessian.
I'll make that 28 yards. Is that what you had?
Okay, I had 30. 28 sounds fine.
I've got 28. I had a chance, Kevin, to give it a bit more study than you did.
So 44-yard line. For Lone Oak on the far hash. 2 receivers far, 1 near. Cudgel, that's quarterback. Here's the snap, fakes the handoff, 3-step drop, under pressure, getting flushed out the pocket, firing it down the far sideline, deep to the 5-yard line, out of bounds. 2nd down, Lone Oak.
Pass out of bounds intended for number 13.
Tigers have had real good coverage there on Aaron Porter, except for the touchdown pass. The one touchdown pass, and that's a big except.
Yes.
But Dre Gadlin there, again, step for step with him, right all the way down the sideline.
It was under a lot of pressure, threw that on the run. It landed out of bounds, too, but yes, excellent coverage by Commerce. It would have been contested. So here they go again, 1:02 left in the half. Here's the snap. Takes off running to the far side. Turns it up to the 40, the 45, down the sideline, out of bounds around the 30-yard line. Goes Cudgel.
First down.
Isaiah Simon more or less forcing him outside or out of bounds. The Tigers inside linebacker there.
So 14 yards on the carry for Cudgel. Gets down to the 30. 56 seconds left in the half, down 14-7, Lone Oak. Lone Oak received first, so Commerce will get the ball first in the second half. They're on the far hash, 2 receivers near, 1 far. Cudgel calling for the ball, a man in motion in front of him. He's got it, rolling out to his left, turns, fires up. misses his receivers. At Commerce, Deshaun Jackson knifes in there to try to knock it away, get some defense, but that laser hitting nobody.
Luke Onessian, again, the intended receiver there for Lone Oak. This drive started at the Buffalo 27-yard line. They had the 28-yard pass to Onessian and the 14-yard run by Gudgel. This will now be the 5th play of the drive. And 51 seconds showing on the clock. Lone Oak still with the 2 timeouts.
2nd down and 10. And get a first down at the 20-yard line. 2 receivers far, 1 near. Lone Oak on the far hash. Here's a snap, 3-step drop, rolling out to his far side, looking upfield, throws over the receiver once again, intended for Aaron Porter. Aaron Porter was on a comeback route, jumped in the air to get that, but it was too high, as Cudgel was under all kinds of pressure in the backfield as well.
Henry Serrano, defensive end for Commerce, putting the pressure on and very nearly caught the heel there of Gudgel and would have brought him down. So it looks like they, well, we're still at 3rd down though, right? So
yeah.
3rd and 10.
From the 30-yard line, 46 seconds left in the half. Here's a snap, rolling out to his left, turning under pressure, fires it over the middle of the field. I think Kendrick Greer almost caught that. He had to try to stop and reach backwards because there were no white jerseys anywhere, but Kendrick Greer almost was able to make an acrobatic stop leap to get that, but just out of reach. Incomplete.
The Serrano brothers putting the pressure there on Adrian Gudgel, Henry, and Carlos Serrano.
4th down, 4th and 10. Lone Oak, 3 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far. Gudgel calling for the ball. 3-step drop, flushed out again to the right side, fires it, screen pass, caught at the 28, gets away from one defender, taken down at the line of scrimmage. That is Austin Jackson finding nowhere to go.
And it's Isaiah Simon makes the tackle. I think, again, Henry Serrano putting the pressure on the quarterback there. So great series defensively there for Henry Serrano.
Well, he's actually going to lose a yard on that, so Commerce will take over at their own 31-yard line with 33 seconds.
Tigers have a timeout. Commerce is leading 14-7, and 33 seconds remaining in the half. And the Tigers do have a timeout. Well, we'll see.
We'll see. They might take one shot, or they might try to run the ball.
Well, I tell you,
sure.
Nothing wrong with putting it in the hands of Deshaun Jackson. Just let him see what he can do with it. But looks like Brody Bauman is lighting up a quarterback.
Bauman's out there. Simon at quarterback, running back. He gets the handoff up the middle, goes to the right, hit, gets 4, maybe 5 yards on the carry. And they're letting the clock run, but Simon picking up a chunk of 5, and he almost got a lot more than that.
Manuel Rincon, the tackle for the Buffaloes.
To the 36-yard line, and 10 seconds, 8 seconds left in the half. 1 play.
Looks like they're going to snap it one more time.
Here's the snap. 3-step drop for Bauman. He's going to take off running up the middle of the field. To the 45, the 50, going to the far sideline. The 40, got some blocking by Jackson. Taken out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Lone Oak finally caught him, but I like it. Go for it, and Commerce almost made it all the way down the field, but the time runs out. The clock runs out. So the Tigers will take a lead to half. 14-7 Commerce. We'll be back with the Commerce Tigers band after this on your station, 88.9 KETR.
I'm Maria Hinojosa. Next time on Latino USA. 20 years ago, the events of September 11th shocked the world and forever changed life in the U.S., including the future of immigration in this country.
And I remember paying attention to that because I still had a little bit of hope that I was going to travel to DC. So there was that sense of like postponement, and we're just like waiting for things to get back to normal.
That's next time on Latino USA.
Sunday at 5 p.m. on KETR.
Let's talk about that garage. It could be so much more, but that old car that you don't use, just sitting there, taking up space, you could make room for your dreams in the coming months by donating that unwanted vehicle to us. We'll take care of it, have it picked up at no cost to you, and use the proceeds to benefit KETR. Call 855-KETR-123 to learn more.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
They say the best things in life are free, and that may be true even in the case of 88.9 KETR. The programs on this channel are certainly free to consume anyway, but they aren't free to produce. This station depends on its listeners to support this work with their donations to KETR.org.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cyprus Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cyprus Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cyprusbanktx.com.
Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR. John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries with you from A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium, Ernest Hawkins Field. The Tigers leading at halftime 14-7 over the Lone Oak Buffaloes. Quick recap for you here. Henry Serrano got Commerce off to a good start with an interception on the third play from scrimmage, but then Austin Jackson got an interception for Lone Oak just about, 2 plays later.
Yeah.
And then they took advantage of that and went on a 58-yard drive in 9 plays. The touchdown on a 26-yard pass from Adrian Gudgel to Aaron Porter. Luke Owenesi on the extra point, 7-0. Lone Oak with 6:38 left to go in the first quarter. Commerce came right back. After the kickoff, Tigers go 61 yards in 9 plays. 19-yard run by Deshaun Jackson, and the Tigers using him in that wildcat back position, or you just call it quarterback if you want, but snap it to him and let him run the football. And it's looked very good several times here in the first half. But Brody Bauman getting the start for Commerce at quarterback, with Darren Beal having been injured last week and apparently not quite yet ready to step in there, even though he's in uniform tonight. Brody Bauman gets the touchdown on a 1-yard run at the end of that 61-yard drive. Emmanuel Castillo, the extra point to tie it at 7-7 with 3:21 left to go in the first quarter. Tigers forced a 3-and-out for the Buffaloes on their next possession. Then Commerce, following the punt, starts from the 37-yard line. They go 63 yards in 5 plays, and Deshaun Jackson, 33-yard run on that direct snap or wildcat type of play. And Emmanuel Castillo, the extra point to make it 14-7 with 14 seconds left to go in the first quarter. And then things calmed down quite a bit in the second quarter. We had no more scoring as each team mounted something of a drive, as Lone Oak attempted a field goal, which would have been from 32 yards or thereabout, but the field goal was no good. The Tigers were able to drive from their own 25 to the Lone Oak 48, but they had some penalties and then ran out of gas there. And then that really good-looking run by Brody Bauman to end the halftime.
Yeah.
Kevin, that's a 39-yard run.
Yeah.
That last play of the half by Brody Bauman. So he'll have some pretty good-looking rushing statistics here in the first half.
Yeah, actually he's got 54 yards. Problem is he's lost a few yards, but Bauman with 54 yards and a touchdown. Deshaun Jackson, and that's on 8 carries. Deshaun Jackson with 7 carries for 77 yards and a touchdown. Isaiah Simon has 9 carries for 56 yards. And Ashton Seal has 2 carries for 20 yards and no passing really to speak of. Well, 2 of 5 for an interception and 10 yards by Bauman. Lone Oak, looking at, has 154 yards of total offense. 17 yards by their lead back, Rincon, on 7 carries. He hasn't. His longest carry of the night is 6 yards, John Mark. Gudgel has 71 carries, but it's 9-4-52, minus 8 and 14. So he's got the one big run, and that's on 5 carries. Robertson had one, got taken down for a loss of 10 yards in the game, but Gudgel has tried to throw it 18 times. He's connected on only 6 of those and has an interception and 1 touchdown. Ohanessian has 3 receptions for 38 yards. Porter, just 1 reception, although he's been targeted quite a bit tonight. That 1 reception, though, for 26 yards. And I did not mark down who had the touchdown catch.
That was Porter.
That was Porter. The 26-yard touchdown catch is what Porter had. So, let's quick look at the stats there for you, John Mark.
Very entertaining first half. And the Commerce defense in particular, I think, looked so much better tonight than they did the first 2 weeks. And so that's encouraging. And to hold Lone Oak to only 7 points in the first half, not bad. So 14-7, the Tigers on top here at halftime. We have the Lone Oak Band on the field right now. We're going to send it back to the studios for Jared Knight and Ryan Fulkerson. They'll have scores from around Northeast Texas, and we'll be back soon. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR.
Hey, Kevin, thinking about saving for retirement?
Yeah, but how do I...
Members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio by Jared Knight, and the score at Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field at the half of the Commerce Tigers versus the Lone Oak Buffaloes matchup is Commerce 14, Lone Oak 7. And Jared, I believe you said you had some scores that you'd like to pass along?
I wanted to pass some scores along if it's all the same to you, Ryan. Right now, North Forney and Brewer High School are at halftime. North Forney leads 8-3 over Brewer High School. Right now, Quinlan Ford is leading the Ferris Yellow Jackets 24-14 at the half. It looks like Cattle Mills Foxes out in front of the Canton Eagles tonight, 35-28, with 3 minutes left in the second quarter. That's right before halftime. Maybank is in front of Wills Point right now, 36-0. That's 36-0. Maybank and Wills Point at the half. Paris in front of Pleasant Grove right now, 10-7. at halftime at Liberty Ilo tonight, where the Leopards are ahead of the Jefferson Bulldogs 28-7. Right now it looks like Alvord and S&S Consolidated are knotted at 14 with 2.5 minutes left in the first half of play. Bells Panthers way out in front of Valley View tonight, 47-6 with 3 minutes left to go before halftime. Whitewright and Celeste, they're in Whitewright. Celeste is leading 28-14 over the Whitewright Tigers. Harleton is Harleton is at Rivercrest tonight, 22-14. Harleton over Rivercrest at Rivercrest High School tonight. Clarksville is leading Tom Bean 13-6 with that was actually a while ago before halftime. Honey Grove is at Chisholm tonight. Chisholm's way out in front, 21-8 Chisholm over Honey Grove at the half. Halftime at Pewitt tonight, Paul Pewitt, where Mount Vernon is leading 21-8 at the half. Alba Golden leads Union Grove 25-6. Right now, Prairieland is leading Como-Picton 14-8. Rains Wildcats are leading the Grand Saline Indians 8-6 at halftime. 14 all in Hughes Springs tonight. Hughes Springs and Winsboro knotted at 14 at halftime. Mineola and West Rusk. Mineola leads 3-0 at the half. Munster leads Blue Ridge 23-7. At the half. We're keeping an eye on a couple of games here in Northeast Texas that we were definitely going to be watching. Leonard and Bonham was one that John Mark specifically asked us to keep an eye on tonight. Leonard leads the Bonham Purple Warriors 21-15 at halftime. Leonard beat Commerce last week and Wolf City the week before. Leonard is leading Bonham, the Purple Warriors, 21-15 right now at the half. Gunter leads Whitesboro 21-0 at the half. Sanger out in front of Howe 28-17. Crum leads Farmersville 20-13 just before halftime. Sunnyvale's leading Brownsboro 35-7. Cooper High School Bulldogs out in front of Detroit 19-0. Sulphur Springs Wildcats are knotted at 14 with the Kaufman Lions tonight. Greenville is leading Ranchview 24-0 right now at half. And let's see, Rockwall Yellow Jackets leading Lake Travis Cavaliers 28-21, and Royce City Bulldogs out in front of Wiley East 21-0 right here at halftime. We're going to take a break. We come back. Commerce High School Marching Band will take the field, and we'll be listening to them as we share video from that performance on KETR, our social media streams there at Facebook and also at YouTube. This is your station, 88.9 KETR, the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program.
Hello, I'm Mark Rudin, president of Texas A&M University Commerce. I want to encourage you to get a COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available to you. I have taken the shot, and I hope you will do the same to protect yourself, your family, friends, and our community. The COVID-19 vaccines are proven to be safe and effective. They will make it possible for us to once again spend face-to-face time with our family and friends and return to our everyday lives. Please consider getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you, and stay healthy, Northeast Texas.
Let's talk about that garage. It could be so much more, but that old car that you don't use, just sitting there, taking up space, you could make room for your dreams in the coming months by donating that unwanted vehicle to us. We'll take care of it, have it picked up at no cost to you, and use the proceeds to benefit KETR. Call 855-KETR-123 to learn more.
Model T, Movement 4, and Deafness and Play.
Or you.
Nationally.
It's the big Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio by Jared Knight, and we wanted to go ahead and run down some games that are currently missing or late on the updates that are on our scoreboard tonight. We're also going to do a quick rundown of the upcoming weather, and we'll see what else we get into. But starting off with the most important priority, and that's games that are missing and games which you can call into the studio or text the studio or tweet the studio or any of the various methods of getting in contact with us here at KETR and give your input on. We'd love to hear it. Starting out at the top of the missing games, we've got Lovejoy and Princeton. We haven't gotten an update on that one yet since they kicked off. We're also missing, or we have a late score still in the first quarter at last check on this one. That's the Scurry-Rosser Wildcats traveling to face the Kemp Yellow Jackets. We're also missing the Rains Wildcats versus the Grand Saline Indians. We are also missing a time on the Honey Grove Chisholm matchup there. We have 0 and 21, Chisholm leading that one, but we do not have a time at the last check. We have also are missing Howe and Sanger, the Bulldogs, traveling to face the Indians tonight. We do not have a score on that game tonight. We're also missing the Melissa Cardinals traveling to face the Carter Cowboys. We're also missing the Anna Coyotes out at the Van Alstyne Panthers, the Wiley East Raiders, and the Royce City Bulldogs. And we're missing the Paris Wildcats versus the Pleasant Grove Hawks, the North Lamar Panthers versus the Community Braves, and last but not least, we're missing the Terrell Tigers versus the University Trojans. So those are some of the games that we are still looking for information on. You can call into the studio 800-882-5307. You can tweet us at KE5387. Jared in my ear there. I know that number. I just don't know what happened there. Anyways, 5387, 800-882-5387. That'll get you hooked up directly with the studio. I'm not sure where 07 will take you. You might not want to find out. You can also tweet us at KETR Sports. You can comment on the Facebook or YouTube streams that are currently running. You can also text us at 903-751-5145. A quick look at the weather before we take another break and then come back with another rundown of the scoreboard and then quickly get back out for the second half action in this game between the Lone Oak Buffaloes and the Commerce Tigers. Right now at the KETR Sports Center in Commerce, Texas, it's 80 degrees and clear. Lows tonight getting down around 62 degrees. The same goes for tomorrow. Highs around 93, lows in the mid-60s. On Sunday, warming up a little bit. Highs around 93, lows around 69. Clouds roll in on Monday, partly cloudy, highs around 89. And on Tuesday and Wednesday, we got chances of scattered showers and thunderstorms, highs in the mid-80s, lows in the upper 60s. This is your station, 88.9 KETR, and the big Friday night scoreboard program. We'll be right back. Stick around, why don't you?
After 25 years of research, Marcel Perez with his Organum Ensemble
attorneys and social workers to make sure that child is safe in the foster care system. You won't be a foster parent, but you will be a voice making a real difference at a critical turning point in his or her life. Because every child deserves a chance, and that chance is you. Volunteer today at becomeacasa.org.
Sponsored by Texas CASA.
Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR. John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries. Tigers leading 14-7 as we get ready for the second half. And a very entertaining and competitive first half of football. Of course, A&M Commerce tomorrow evening playing at what used to be Globe Life Park, what is now called Choctaw Stadium, the former home of the Texas Rangers.
Used to be the ballpark in Arlington.
Ballpark in Arlington originally. And it has been reconfigured for football. And they're playing arch rival Midwestern State at 6 p.m. tomorrow in Arlington. That game will be on KETR, but I know a lot of you are planning to make the trip over there to see the Lions play after their 12-6 season opening win at Colorado State Pueblo. But a big game for A&M Commerce, its conference game, tomorrow evening in Arlington at Choctaw Stadium. And then 1 week from tomorrow night, Lions at home here on Ernest Hawkins Field against number 1 West Florida for a 6 p.m. kickoff. So 2 big games coming up for the A&M Commerce Lions tomorrow night and 1 week from tomorrow night. And with the third quarter play-by-play, with Lone Oak getting ready to kick off, here's Kevin Jeffries.
Thank you, John Mark. The Tigers up 14-7 and will receive the ball to start the second half. Lone Oak has the ball teed up at the 40, and here's the kick. It's high, not real deep. Will be fielded at the 22-yard line, dropped, picked up, coming to the near side. Deshaun Jackson trying to turn upfield, caught from behind, taken down around the 32. And that's where Commerce will take over to start third quarter action here at Ernest Hawkins Field at Memorial Stadium in Commerce.
Tigers in their all black uniforms tonight, or black jerseys, black pants, the orange numerals outlined in white, black headgear with orange and white stripes down the center. Lone Oak, as I told you at the start of the ball game, their colors are red and white. They have the white jerseys, red pants, red numerals, white helmets with the red insignia on the side, looking a whole lot like the Nebraska Cornhuskers road uniforms.
Yeah, both teams looking pretty sharp.
Looking
tonight.
sharp. Both teams look good. Yeah.
Commerce in the between the hashes. Pistol formation, Deshaun Jackson in motion. Here's the snap. Takes the handoff. Up the middle's Bauman. He's got some room to run. The 40 to the 45. He's got the first down and more. Picks up 13 yards on the carry. First down, Commerce. Make that 14. Why not?
So Bauman now consecutive carries. He had that carry on the last play of the first half.
Yeah.
39 and 14 yards on his last 2 carries.
From the 42. Here's the snap. Keeps it again, coming off to the near side, cutting upfield, hit around the 48, taken back at the 50. They should give him midfield for 4 yards on the carry.
Mariano Rincon, linebacker for Lone Oak, who is also one of their top running backs, makes the tackle there.
2nd and 6, 14-7 Commerce. Here's the snap, handoff to Simon over the left side, cuts upfield to the 50, the 44, 46-yard line, pushed back. It looked like he was going to have the first down easy.
Yeah.
Then he gets hit and pushed back around the 46-yard line.
Yeah, I would have thought forward progress would have been at least the 44, but they say no. They say the 47.
Picks up about 4 yards on that. So 3rd and 2. Here's a snap. Simon over the right side, hit once, twice on his feet, swallowed up. No gain on the carry. This will bring up a 4th down for the Tigers.
4 or 5 Lone Oak Buffaloes in on that tackle. Peyton Rainbolt leading the charge, though, junior down lineman. And they're going to say basically no gain there. So Tigers going to punt here.
Actually, I think they do give them a yard.
Yeah, give them a yard,
Wound up giving them a yard. It looked originally like no gain, but it's 4th and 2. From the Lone Oak 46-yard line with the punt team out there right now. 14-7 Commerce, 10:07 in the third quarter. Deshaun Jackson comes in motion slowly. Here's the snap. It's bobbled. It's on the dirt, and he's hit in the backfield. Couldn't pick up the ball and do anything with it. Castillo goes down at the 43-yard line. So a loss of about 10 yards on that. Lone Oak will take over in Commerce territory. Ouch.
You know, that happened last week, or something similar to it happened last week. Had a low snap and went down on a knee to stop the ball, and he was down at that point. And this time he didn't go down a knee, but it was not possible for him to control the ball, and he's tackled there at the 43 and can't get off the punt. So that's very tough.
Yes. And
gives Lone Oak tremendous field position to start here in the second half at the Commerce 43.
4 wide receivers. Lone Oak on the near hash, moving right to left. Here's the snap. Rincon coming over the near side. Oh, breaks a tackle at the 40 and plunges forward. He's going to be near the first down marker. We'll see what they give him. It'll be 8 or 9 yards. Thought he was down for about a 4-yard gain, but he spun and plunged and stayed on his feet. Pushes it forward to the 35-yard line, 9 yards on the carry for Rincon.
Jabarian Lewis Brown, the sophomore, making the stop for Commerce.
There's a snap, handoff to Rincon once again. He's got the first down and more. Moves it deeper into Commerce territory to around the 26-yard line for Rincon. This will be about 7 yards on the carry.
Moses Branch got the biggest piece of that tackle for Commerce. First down.
26-yard line, 1st and 10. Here's the snap, pass, quick pass out to the left flat. Catches it, dodges 1, 2 defenders, but can't get past the third. Give them 4 yards on the pass. This will bring up second down for Lone Oak.
Ashton Seal finally forced him out of bounds. As Kevin said, he bounced off 2 or 3 other Tiger tacklers.
Lone Oak on the near hash. Here's the snap. Keeping the ball is Gudgel. Has nowhere to go. Loses a yard on the carry. 3rd and 8.
Defensive tackle Moses Branch with the stop for Commerce. Big play here.
14-7 Commerce. 8:46 left in the third quarter. Lone Oak with a 3rd and 8. Oh, and an offsides. This will be encroachment on Commerce. Jump forward, hit a defender, hit an offensive player. Offensive lineman hit the center. They'll give him 5 yards, so should bring a 3rd and 3, a much easier play for the Buffaloes.
Yep.
All the way down to the Commerce 19-yard line. Ooh, it's a heck of a place to give them 3 yards. It'll be 3rd and 3. 2 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near. Rincon to the right of Gudgel at shotgun. Here's the snap. Keeps the ball, moves right, then left, taking it to the outside. He gets taken down around the 17-yard line. First down markers at the 16. 4th and 1 for the Buffaloes.
Great tackle there by Ashton Seal for Commerce, coming up from behind to bring him down. Got his hands on his hips and brought him down short of the forward marker. So 4th and 1 at the Commerce 17-yard line.
4 people in the backfield. And there's a flag. I think this may be a false start or illegal formation, perhaps even. But
I don't see a flag. Yep.
On the far side.
Okay, good.
False start on Lone Oak. Push them back.
But get that 5 yards back.
Let's bring up 4th and 6.
From the offsides a few plays ago. Push them back to the 22-yard line. And they need to reach just inside the 17.
14-7 Commerce, 8:04 left in the third quarter. Lone Oak with a 4th and 6 on the 22-yard line of Commerce. 2 receivers far, 1 near, ball on the near hash. Shotgun for Gudgel. Here's a snap, keeps it, rolling to the left, flag down on the far side of the field. Almost intercepted by Isaiah Simon right around the 19-yard line. It's a flag on the far side of the field. Offsides on Commerce. Wouldn't have mattered if he did intercept it. So this will be back to a 4th and 1 for Lone Oak.
Gosh.
Ouch. I couldn't believe Simon didn't catch that.
Someone must have lined up offside there.
Yes. So to the 17-yard line. A back on each side of Gudgel and one behind him. Here's the snap. And off to Rincon. He's got room to run. Can't decide where to do it. Gets hit at the line of scrimmage. This is very, very close. He had all the room in the world to the outside and cut it back in right into the Commerce defense.
Henry Serrano there. Also Jamarian Lewis Brown. They got to get to the 16.
This is going to be short.
They need not quite the 16.
They're going to measure to be fair.
Very, very close.
But from here, it looks short by about a half a football. But we'll see if the angle is giving me the right look at the pins. So this was very close. But John Mark, did you see what I saw? He had so much room on the outside, and it confused him, so he came back inside.
It might surprise you. You may have something of a better view from up here than he has from down there. However,
that's fair point. Fair point.
This is going to be so close. Oh, man. Stretch it tight, guys. Oh, Commerce gets the ball back with about 2 inches to spare.
So, move back by penalty, move up by penalty. Needed 2 yards, got 1. First down, Commerce.
Gosh.
At their own 17-yard line. Good defensive stand by the Commerce Tigers.
Again, quality of the competition has to be taken into account. I think Lone Oak's pretty comparable to Edgewood that we saw in the first week, but the Tiger defense just looks much, much better tonight than it has in either of the first 2 games. Certainly last week.
Absolutely.
But also that first week against Edgewood. They're really improved.
It's Commerce at 17-yard line, their own 17-yard line. First down. Deshaun Jackson in motion. He gets the handoff over to the far side to the 15. Pushed it up to the 20. He's hit there and taken down. Flag on the play as he's getting tackled. This would be about a 3-yard gain. There was a flag during the tackle. It could be a holding. It could be some sort of foul on the tackle. And
Sean Robertson and Jacob Jackson on the stop for Lone Oak. Hold Commerce.
Holding Commerce. All right. Well, there you go.
That's easy to happen on those jet sweeps.
Yes. Because you got to change direction. You got to do it, and you got to hold it for a long time. You got to stay on your block for quite a while. So this should push Commerce back to around the 12-yard line. Depending. It will be from the spot of the foul, which maybe is around the 20. I don't know what they're doing. $17 minus 10 is 7. So it's at the 7-yard line, not the 12. Excuse me. All right. Wow. Commerce digging a hole. 1st and 20 for the Tigers. 14-7 Commerce. 7:21 left in the third quarter. Officials picking the ball up and moving it around again.
I think they walked off 10. I think it was a half the distance to the goal situation, but they walked off the full 10 is what happened there, Kevin.
There you go, John.
I think that may be what you were thinking, too.
No, I was just wrong. Here's 3 on the near side, 1 on the far. Here's the snap. Quick throw out to the flat. He's caught it. Ashton Seal to the 10. The 15 pushed out of bounds at the sideline, or wrangled out of bounds. Ashton Seal picks up about 10 yards on that. This will bring up a 2nd down and 9, maybe 8 for the Tigers. Good throw right there. Bauman under a little pressure as well. Commerce lines up, shotgun formation, 3 wide receivers far. Here's a snap to Simon over the right side. Hits the 20, near the 25, and taken down. This will be a quick 6 yards, maybe 7, bringing up 3rd and short for the Tigers.
Jacob Jackson, linebacker there again for Lone Oak, as Isaiah Simon gets out to the 25-yard line. You know who he reminds me a lot of is Isaiah Askew from several years ago, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's got that same kind of build, not quite as powerful at this point, but here's a pass out to Deshaun Jackson drops it. It was a little in front. He tried to adjust to get to it, couldn't quite do it. In and out of his hands. This will bring up 4th and 2 for the Tigers. Ouch.
Yeah, would have had the first down almost certainly, maybe a lot more out there on the flat, and somebody had him one-on-one.
They came up, they ran the play real quick, snapped it real quick, and there weren't many white jerseys out there, and it was a good quick throw. Well, it was kind of low, but definitely handleable. So 6:45 left in the third quarter, 14-7 Commerce. Commerce is punting on 4th and 2 from their own 25-yard line. Here's a snap. Castillo gets a boot into it. It's high. It's pretty deep. It's going to land around the 45-yard line of Lone Oak and take a Lone Oak bounce. Commerce going to down it. Brody Bauman downing it around the 47-yard line of Lone Oak as the Buffaloes take over. Stepping all over my words here, John Mark.
I've never had that happen to me before.
I know.
That will be a 28-yard punt by young Emmanuel Castillo. So Lone Oak near midfield with the football here midway through the third quarter, and the Tigers leading 14-7.
Lone Oak on the near hash. Here's the snap. Handoff to Rincon up the middle. Finds a little room to run. Past midfield. Falling forward. 6, maybe 7 yards on the carry for Rincon. Down and 4 for the Buffaloes.
Henry Serrano making the stop for Commerce.
14-7 Commerce, 6:15 left in the third quarter. Here's a snap, handoff to Rincon again, left and right, at the middle, breaks free, breaks one tackle, two, gang tackled. It's a first down. He's down to the 39-yard line. Move the chains. The Buffaloes are marching.
Okay, he's not very big, but he's strong, isn't he?
Yeah, keeps those legs churning. He's tough to tackle.
Jamarian Lewis Brown, the sophomore, seeing a lot of action as a down lineman, makes the stop.
From the 38-yard line, here's a snap. Rincon gets it again, gets 3 yards, and he's hammered by a Commerce Tiger and taken down. 2nd and 7 for the Buffaloes. On the Commerce 36-yard line. On the near hash, 2 receivers each side. Cudgel at the shotgun. Rincon to his left. 14-7 Commerce, 5:30 in the third quarter. Here's a snap, 3-step drop, looking up over the middle of the field, flushed out. He's going to run out the far side. Dodges one tackle, stood 35 to 30. He's got the first down, taken down around the 25-yard line. Wow. He's about 12 yards on the carry for Cudgel, and I think that was a quarterback draw, John Mark. I don't think he ever intended to throw it.
Brody Bauman finally came up to make the tackle for the Commerce for the Tigers, the strong safety going both ways. He broke the tackle of Deshaun Jackson in the backfield. But then Bauman came over finally to bring him down at the Commerce 25.
Timeout, Commerce. They need to get some stuff together. They're going to think about it. 14-7 Tigers over Buffaloes. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Yourself, your family, friends, and our community. The COVID-19 vaccines are proven to be safe and effective. They will make it possible for us to once again spend face-to-face time with our family and friends and return to our everyday lives. Please consider getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you, and stay healthy, Northeast Texas.
And the Lone Oak Buffaloes have 25 yards to go to try to tie this one up. Down 14-7 to the Commerce Tigers, as they are pushing downfield. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. 3 wide receivers on the near side. The ball on the far hash. No wide receivers out there on that side. Cudgel, that's a shotgun position with Rincon back there. Cudgel going to the sideline, talking to the coach as Commerce makes a defensive substitution. Ashton Seal coming in for Bauman.
We have a couple of really young coaches here tonight, and of course John McSheffrey for Commerce, but also Logan Turner, head coach of Lonoke.
Here's a snap, hand off to Rincon, up the middle, hit almost immediately, falls forward, stays on his feet, falls forward again. He turns 1 yard into 2, bring up 2nd and 8.
Carlos Serrano getting up off the pile there, making the tackle for Commerce.
Up to the 27, 3 receivers on the near side, ball still on the far hash. No wide receivers out there on that side. 4:34 left in the third quarter. Here's the snap. Quick pass out to the flat to the 20-yard line. Moving up to the 15 down the sideline. Pushed out of bounds at the 6. A first down and more for the Buffaloes.
Aaron Porter made the catch, and he's very elusive. I saw that on video this week. He got away from the first tackler, and finally Dre Gadlin dragged him down at the 5, thankfully, but it's 1st and goal for Lonoke.
17 yards on the catch. Who was that caught it?
It was Porter.
Porter. Rincon with the carry, left and right, plunging forward, gets down near the goal line. He's taken down at the 1. Those will be 6 yards on the carry for Rincon. 1st and goal from the 1 yard line. 2nd and goal, excuse me.
Aaron Porter made the catch that got him down to the 5, and now Rincon down to the 1. Carlos Aubrey, the outside linebacker, made the stop for Commerce at the 1.
A man on each side of Gudgel in the backfield at the shotgun. Here's a snap. Rincon gets the carry. He's hit at the goal line, falls forward, touchdown, Lonoke. Extra point will tie it up as Rincon falls forward for the 6. 3:48 left in the third quarter. The Buffaloes get their 2nd touchdown of the game.
First touchdown since the very end of the first quarter.
Lining up for the extra point kick. Luke Ohanessian. Here's a snap. Here's the kick. It's up. And it's good. The Buffaloes tie it up. 14-all in the third quarter. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Security Fraud Hotline at 1-800-269-0271.
And so the Lonoke Buffaloes tie it up at 14 with 3:48 left in the third quarter. Commerce now with the chance to answer as they line up to catch this. Lonoke with 2 down men on each side. Kind of a strange running formation here. They kick it high and deep. It's going to land at the 6-yard line and bounce into the end zone.
No.
He's bringing it out. Got it 2 yards deep. Deshaun Jackson is coming out. He's hit. He's taken down, plunges forward. He's at the 4-yard line. Could have had it at the 25. And a Commerce Tiger is down midfield, too. Looks to be hurt a little bit, maybe cramping up. But Deshaun Jackson making the unwise decision. And he even waited in the end zone looking out.
Yeah.
And he does have talent, but sometimes you just got to play smart.
Well, high school kids so rarely have that opportunity. I was going to say how rare a touchback is in high school football, at least at this level of high school football. So it's rare that they have the opportunity to bring one out of the end zone. And, he just has confidence in his ability, and I don't blame him, but that was not a wise choice there.
No. Commerce Tiger getting helped up off the field, taking off on the sideline as Tigers prepare to go 96 yards to try to get us a touchdown and take the lead.
But give Oanessian a lot of credit. That was a really good kickoff.
Yeah.
Now they're putting the ball at the 25, Kevin, though. What's that about? I'll take it, but what? What was the ruling? We may have to walk down the hall here during the timeout and see what that was about, but we thought that it looked like Deshaun Jackson had come out and been tackled at the 4, but now they give the Tigers the 25. So good deal.
All right, Deshaun Jackson in touchdown, but it goes to Ashton Seal over the right side, turns on the Jets and gets down 12 yards downfield for a first down to the 37-yard line. Move the chains. The Commerce Tigers catch a break, and they're moving downfield. They may have gone ahead and blown the whistle and called him down when he was back there in the end zone. Maybe that's what happened. But 12 yards on the carry for Seal. Here's a snap to Jackson. He's taking off to the left side, cutting it upfield. Dodges one tackler at the 40. At the 45, across midfield, hit a couple of guys up the sideline, squeezes through, pushed out of bounds, deep into Lone Oak territory. Wow, that was some fantastic running down the sideline by Jackson.
Yeah. He's exciting. He really is. And he makes you think of all the Wilsons that have run through the Tiger roster over the years.
Commerce Tigers came out and ran it too quickly. The refs weren't set. The chains weren't set. This ball is going to be spotted at the 39-yard line. So that will have been a 24-yard run by Jackson.
Yep.
But now we're going to get a procedure penalty, push them back. So they'll have it at the 44-yard line of Lone Oak. 1st and 15. Here's the snap. Jackson taking over to the near side, cutting upfield to the 40. Spin move. Swallowed up by white jerseys, but falling forward, moving forward, forward. Gets it all the way down to the 33 after getting hit around the 38 or so.
Yeah. I think they're going to give him the 34. I think he ran into Brody Ball at one point there, and that slowed him down. I don't know how that happened, but that's what I saw through the field glasses here. But he gets all the way to the 34.
So that's 10 yards on the carry, and he should have had about 5. Here's the snap. Once again, over the side, Ashton Seal to the 25, pushed out of bounds. He's got the first down and more. Wow. Taking it from the 34-yard line. Just got some good blocking on the side. Commerce with that quick hurry-up offense as well. This one's going to be spotted at the 22-yard line. It's going to be another 12 yards for Ashton Seal. With Deshaun Jackson at quarterback once again. Here's the snap. Jackson keeping it, trying to find some room up middle. Can't, backs out. Going out to the far side. Spin move. Under pressure, more pressure. Finally taken down. Forward momentum will give him about a 4-yard loss on that.
They're going to mark it at the 26-yard line. That's a loss. That'll be a loss of 5 yards. I'm going to step out just for a moment. I'll be right back.
So this will be a 2nd and 14 for the Commerce Tigers. Deshaun Jackson losing some yards on that. It looked like he'd get swallowed up at the middle of the line, but he managed to get it out. Bauman in now at quarterback, and whistles before the play. Looks like it's going to be a false start on the Tigers. Penalties going to be hurting them here. False start, Commerce, push them back 5. This will put it at the 31-yard line of Commerce. 1:57 left in the third quarter, 14-14. This one's all tied up. Commerce looking to take a lead on this drive, but they are deep in a hole. 2nd and 19 from the 30-yard line for the Commerce Tigers. Bauman at quarterback. Commerce on the far hash, moving left to right. Here's the snap. Handoff over the middle. Deshaun Jackson spins. Kendrick Greer. He's going to get 3 yards on the carry. That's not enough. 3rd down and long for the Tigers.
First time we've seen Kendrick Greer carry the ball in quite a while.
Yeah.
Went down the hallway in the consensus. in the rest of the press boxes is on that kickoff return that Deshaun Jackson's knee went down in the end zone.
Okay. Here's the snap. Pass over the sideline, and it's caught. It's caught. Bauman fires it.
Dre Gadlin.
And Dre Gadlin catches it. So that one from the 28-yard line down to the 9. It's going to be a 19-yard catch for Gadlin. His second of the game. Shotgun formation, Bauman in. Here's the snap. Bauman keeping it off to the right side across the 10-5. Touchdown, Commerce! The Tigers, it's from second, from 18 yards deep to get the first down. They do it, then they get the touchdown. Commerce taking the lead.
I tell you, he has looked pretty darn good at quarterback here tonight.
Yes.
Okay, the Tigers' strong safety, he's a senior. We have not seen him at quarterback, except for just a few plays at the end of the game against Leonard last week. He looks pretty darn good.
Lining up for the extra point.
Somebody very late coming onto the field.
Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It's up. And it's good. Commerce takes the lead, 21-14 over Lone Oak with 1:12 left in the third quarter. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
And the Ad Council.
So your Commerce Tigers take the lead in the third quarter, 21-14 over Lone Oak. 1:12 left in quarter number 3.
It's a 75-yard drive in 9 plays. 23-yard run by Deshaun Jackson, 13-yard run by Ashton Seal, 19-yard pass to Trey Gadlin, the key plays on the drive.
Here's the kickoff, fielded at the 25-yard line. Takes it over midfield. Is taken down around the 30. A 5-yard return on that by Cameron Womack. Austin Jackson. There, and that's where Lone Oak will take over.
Tyshawn Harris made the tackle for Commerce. The touchdown by Brody Bauman, the Commerce quarterback, on a 9-yard run. Off the right side, opened up beautifully for him, and he scored standing up.
It looked kind of like it was a busted play, like he wanted to. Now, it could have been a read option. I think he was looking for a handoff, and he didn't need it.
No.
Kept that ball. They're going to put him at the 29, so take it back a yard.
That's his second touchdown of the night, by the way. Had the first Commerce touchdown on a 1-yard run in the first quarter.
(21-14) Commerce, 1:06 left in the third quarter. Ball in the middle of the field, 2 receivers on each side. Cudgel, that's shotgun. Here's the snap. Handoff. Cuts back. Hit. Taken down in the backfield. He's going to lose a yard.
Again, we've said this name a lot tonight. Jamarian Lewis Brown, sophomore down lineman playing defensive tackle for Commerce. And he has been in on a lot of tackles tonight, and I think that's part of the reason why this Commerce defense is looking so good.
So 2nd and 11 for Buffalo. For the Buffaloes. Here's the snap. Incomplete pass. Quick pass out to the far sideline to Luke Ohanessian. Incomplete. It was in front of him. He dove for it but couldn't get there. That was the 21st pass attempt of the night for Gudgel. That's not Gudgel. That's Robertson in the game.
No, I thought on the previous play, I thought it was Gudgel, but I might have just missed that. But
That one was Robertson. There's a different back end, too. Here's the snap. To the left, over the middle of the field, tipped up in the air by Kendrick Greer, I believe, and falls incomplete. This will bring up 4th and 11 as the punt team comes out for Lone Oak.
It's a huge, huge defensive series there for Commerce after taking the lead to shut them down in 3 plays. Very, very big.
Great extension by Kendrick Greer on that, too, to get in the passing lane. Once again, that's the second pass deflection like that we've seen tonight from the Commerce Tigers. Timeout, Lone Oak.
Yep.
We'll take it with them. Commerce up 21-14 with 31 seconds left in the third quarter. We'll be back after this on KETR.
Well, hello, folks. It's your old buddy Luke Clayton inviting you to tune in to our hunting and fishing show every Saturday morning at 5 a.m.
This morning was one of those mornings you dream about where it was really kind of nice and cold. And first off, we saw a couple of does up close and then found a really nice big 8-point buck.
And we're starting to get these big trout filtering through the passes and jetties.
And remember, you can go to KETR.org and listen to the archive of our past shows.
Hi, it's Olivia Munn with my shelter pets, Frankie and Chance. Say hi, guys. When I adopted them, I discovered that they both have incredible personalities. Chance's sole purpose in life is to love and to be loved. Frankie is a little bit of a scoundrel and always entertaining. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the Humane Society of the United States, and Maddie's Fund.
Okay, so Lone Oak gets the punt away. Ashton Seal gets the return. It was a high snap on the punt, too, but he handled it. And Seal gets the return, fields it around the 27, gets about a 10-yard return on that down to the 37-yard line. And that's where Commerce Tigers will take over with just 19 seconds left in the third quarter, and the Tigers up 21-14.
It's a 47-yard punt by Mariano Rincon of Lone Oak there. And as Kevin said, he got a high snap, so did a great job of keeping his composure, bringing it back down, and then getting off a boomer.
It's a pretty good weapon to have your main running back there as your punter,
That's
too.
right, absolutely.
Kendrick Greer coming on late to the field. I say late, it's 20 seconds on the play clock. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line for Commerce. 2 backs. Here's a snap. Hand off to Greer up the middle. Gets over the 40, the 45, down midfield. Takes it into Lone Oak territory. 15 yards on the carry for Kendrick Greer.
Cotton, or I should say Colton Money, defensive back for Lone Oak, cut his feet out from under him, or he still might be going.
Make that 14 for Greer, but 15 is close enough. 1st and 10 from the Lone Oak 49-yard line as the third quarter comes to a close. Commerce taking a lead to the fourth, 21-14. We'll be back after this on your station, 88.9 KETR.
On 88.9 KETR.
Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR. John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries with you. Tigers lead at 21-14 as we start the fourth quarter. Commerce with the football, 1st down and 10 at the Lone Oak 49-yard line. Commerce moving from right to left. You hear the whistles, flags down. There was movement at the line of scrimmage. I'm not sure that really relates to what the officials are calling, which is a false start against Commerce. Probably was, but it may have been something else as well. So anyway, False start or illegal procedure, as we used to call it, Kevin.
And then they gave the refs mics, and they started saying, false start.
But, sometimes it's a false start, and sometimes it's something else. But
usually when they blow it dead, it's the false start. A procedure penalty is the same thing, but some of those they let the play run.
Yeah.
But it'll still be kind of the same hand signal.
So 1st and 15 for Commerce from the 46-yard line. Tigers keep it on the ground, going wide. This is Deshaun Jackson for Commerce, and he is still on his feet and fighting off Buffalo tacklers. And looks like they're going to give him the 47-yard line, so I make that a gain of only 1. A lot of action there for a 1-yard gain.
Yeah, but it looked like he might have lost some, too, at one point. So he did fight for that pretty well. It was a bad snap. It went low, but it got handled pretty quick and handed to Jackson.
Brody Bauman with the back on either side of it. And now the left tackle for Commerce appeared to jump off sides.
Yeah.
Another penalty against the Tigers here.
Had the snap count wrong there. Took off early. Push him back 5.
Boy. Back to the 42-yard line will make it.
If you're trying to find a way to lose, this is a good way to do it.
3 penalties on this. Well, I guess 2 on this possession. So 2nd down and 19 for Commerce. Brody Bauman rolling to his left, passing over the middle.
Oh, wow.
And incomplete.
He had Tyshawn Harris deep over the middle, open. However, he did deliver the ball there in time. I believe that was Carlos Aubrey,
yes,
the intended receiver. He dropped it, but he wasn't going anywhere. He had 3 white jerseys around him.
So 3rd and 19 for Commerce. They need to reach the Lone Oak 39-yard line. This is from the 42 in Commerce territory. Brody Bauman, the senior at quarterback, taking the snap. Lots of time, looking downfield, patient, gonna run it, coming to the near side. Bauman lowers his shoulder at the 50-yard line, taken down by Sean Robertson. But, of course, a long way away from the first down. They need to get to the Lone Oak 39-yard line. Still, this leaves them now on 4th down, a 4th and 11, which is not unreasonable.
Yeah, it's just barely past the 50-yard line into Lone Oak territory.
So Tigers here, well, they will punt. They're going to punt. I was thinking they might go for the first down, but I think very wisely.
They're probably going to punt.
Well, you never know in high school football, do you? Low snap. Emmanuel Castillo gets it away. Very low kick, line drive, fielded at the 15-yard line for Lone Oak by Aaron Porter and returned out to about the 21-yard line with Dre Gadlin making the tackle. Wow. Tigers dodged another bullet there.
He fielded that very well.
He sure did.
It looked dangerous. It was a line drive. It got there quick. It was a bad snap. He fielded it and took off, but the Commerce Special Teams unit got down there and had some good coverage.
So Lone Oak trailing 21-14 with 10:16 to go in the ball game. They will start from their 25-yard line. They are moving to our left. That's the south end zone at Ernest Hawkins Field. A little bit of a breeze in their face as they move to the south. Adrian Gudgel, the junior quarterback, in the shotgun, takes the snap. Quick pass out to Luke Oanessian. And Oanessian makes the catch, but he is tackled immediately by Dre Gadlin, the Tiger cornerback, pretty much at the line of scrimmage. So it's 2nd down and 10. Very pleasant night. Kevin, what's the temperature? What was the last time that...
It was 78 a few minutes ago. Let's see if it's come down. 77 now.
77. Supposedly heading for a low of 63.
You're kidding me. That's so fantastic. Sorry, I get happy about things like that.
But as we said, a little bit of breeze out of the south. Gudgel passing. And picked off by Ashton Seal of Commerce, and down the far sideline he goes, out of bounds near the 10-yard line. Ashton Seal, the Tiger senior, comes up with the interception over the middle from Adrian Gudgel.
He caught it and immediately took off. He catches it around the 42-yard line, just jumped in the air, hauled it in, and just almost immediately was back at the 30, the 35, and up the sideline down to the 10 for the 32-yard return.
So first and goal for Commerce at the Lone Oak 10-yard line on the interception by Ashton Seal. And that is the second interception of the night for Commerce after Henry Serrano, defensive end, made an interception on the third play from scrimmage.
They've gotten very close to a few more, too.
Commerce leading 21-14, 9:32 left to go in the ball game. Whistles. Apparently no effect. Handoff, going right, cutting back, touchdown Commerce.
Deshaun Jackson on the carry, coming around in motion. They had three backs in the backfield and Bauman. The backs kind of split a little bit. You see this sort of big package a lot, but they'll all be bunched in. These guys were off more of a split wing with a pistol formation. Jackson comes in from the right side and just takes it in motion, cuts upfield, got the good blocking, walks it on in.
Untouched, I believe.
Yes.
Snap is low, but a great job there by Brody Bauman of scooping it up. And Emmanuel Castillo puts it through the uprights anyway. 28-14. Commerce up by 2 touchdowns, 9:26 to go in the ballgame. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
KETR.org and listen to the archive of our past shows.
Commerce touchdown set up on the interception by Ashton Seal, and Kevin said a 32-yard return to the 10-yard line. First play from scrimmage after the interception. Deshaun Jackson runs it across, his second touchdown of the night, second rushing touchdown of the night. Tigers lead at 28-14. Kickoff by Emmanuel Castillo for Commerce, taken by Colton Money, and the tackle by Deshaun Jackson there at the 35-yard line for Commerce. The Tigers like that kickoff to the far side of the field at an angle, the right side of the field, high end over end, get their guys down quickly to cover it, and they've had real good success with that tonight.
Deshaun Jackson at 117 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Wow. How many carries?
12 carries.
Wow. And we have not seen him in this role until tonight.
Right. He has caught 0 passes, and he's primary wide receiver.
Ohanessian in motion on first down from the 35-yard line for Lone Oak, trailing by 2 touchdowns. Adrian Gudgel, the quarterback, on a sweep to the far side, out of bounds at the 45-yard line for a gain of close to 10 yards. He'll be very close to the first down. And now they do move the chain, so he does pick up the first down. Buffalo's moving to the south end zone at Ernest Hawkins Field. Timeout Commerce. Tigers leading 28-14. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Vaccine. Thank you, and stay healthy, Northeast Texas.
First and 10 for the Lone Oak Buffaloes from the Lone Oak 45-yard line. Adrian Gudgel, quarterback, keeps it over the left side, dodges one tackler, gets into Commerce territory to about the 48-yard line. Ashton Seal made the stop for Commerce. And so 2nd down and 3 for Lone Oak. Ball on the far hash as they move to our right. Adrian Gudgel has a back to his left. Rincon fakes to Rincon. Pass over the middle, deflected and incomplete.
Ashton Seal almost coming up with another one. He jumped in the air, almost an exact replay of his last interception. He just wasn't able to bring that one in. A little too much heat on it. Very close once again.
So this is 3rd and 3. Scoreboard says 3rd and 3, although the down marker over there still on 2nd down.
There's been a few times they've not switched that tonight.
So we'll go, now it says 3rd down, good. 3rd and 3 from the Commerce 48-yard line. Rincon moves to the right side of Gudgel. They have a man in motion from left to right. Toss it to him, and he will have the first down as he's across the 35 down to about the 31-yard line. That's Talon Lowther. First time we've seen him tonight, at least as a ball carrier. Talon Lowther, junior, wide out. On the jet sweep to the right side, he gets to the Commerce 32-yard line for a gain of 16 yards and a first down. Buffalo's on the march, trailing, however, 28-14 to Commerce. Adrian Gudgel has 2 men in the slot, 1 to either side, 2 wide to either side. Gudgel back to throw, going to be sacked. And that is Henry Serrano again for Commerce. What a night he has had.
I think that's his 3rd sack of the evening.
The senior defensive end with the sack on Gudgel. Back at the 45-yard line, make it the 44-yard line. It's a loss of 11 yards.
Wow.
Mercy. Serrano had the interception on the first possession by Lone Oak, and as Kevin said, maybe 3 sacks tonight, at least 2. He has been wreaking havoc on the Buffalo offense. Now this is 2nd down and 22 for Lone Oak. Adrian Gudgel, play action, rolling out to the near side.
Henry Serrano chasing him again.
Yeah, shovels it out of bounds, so he's out of the pocket, so it won't be grounding, but it'll be 3rd and long for Lone Oak. The story here tonight, I think, besides the excitement that Deshaun Jackson has provided, is the improvement of the Commerce defense.
Yes. They are getting through the line, getting some pressure on the quarterback. The phrase you use, wreaking havoc in the backfield, looking very good and creating the turnovers.
3rd and 22. They need to get to the Commerce 22-yard line from the 44. Ball on the far hash. They move to our right. Gudgel looking for a block going left. Gets across the line of scrimmage, but not by much.
Carlos Serrano slowed him up in the backfield, made him do a little bit of dancing, and he finally got blocked out, but the rest of the Commerce defense was able to come in there and converge.
They say no gain. I thought he maybe picked up a yard, but they put the ball down again at the 44-yard line. So this is 4th and very long, 4th and 22 for Lone Oak, and down by 2 touchdowns with 6:58 to go. They're going to go for the first down here. See what they've got up their sleeve. They've got 2 men in the slot and 2 wide to either side of the field. And now Jacob Jackson, the man in the slot to the left, shifts to an H-back position behind the right tackle. It's a quick kick as Gudgel kicks the ball from shotgun formation, and it works pretty well as it rolls to the Commerce 14-yard line.
I like it.
Well, down by 2 touchdowns,
make them think.
Tough call, but 4th and 22. What are the chances of getting back?
So they did the best. Well, it was safe, but they still set themselves up to pin Commerce back, so that hopefully they didn't extend the lead.
Right.
They can hold them to a 4 and out. They'll have good field position.
Or Commerce makes a mistake here, a turnover deep in its own territory. I love the quick kick. And I wish we saw that more.
Yeah.
And it works really well these days with the quarterback in shotgun formation out of the spread. You used to see this, Kevin, this is before your time. They would pitch it out to a halfback, and the halfback would quit kicking.
Oh.
But you certainly don't see that very often now. But with the quarterback in the shotgun, it's
I guess I didn't even know they could.
It's very practical to do it that way. So Commerce leading 28-14 from their own 14-yard line. Big gain on first down. Tigers keep it on the ground. Out to the 25-yard line and on the carry. That is Kendrick Greer. We've seen him at running back quite a bit here in the second half. Out to the 25-yard line. It's a first down. 11 yards on the gain. 6:22 and the clock is rolling. Commerce with the 2-touchdown lead at 28-14. Tigers can take some time off the clock here and make it very, very difficult for Loma. In fact, Commerce right now taking a lot of time here between plays. Brody Bauman in the shotgun, the senior quarterback running up the middle. It opens up for him, and he's out to the 40-yard line before he is brought down by Jacob Kalunga.
You know, John Mark, he gets 14 yards on the carry, and I think he got well past the line of scrimmage, and then he took a hard cut, and I think he was trying to use as much time as possible and just take it to the sidelines, but he tripped up a little bit and fell because he really had some room to run up the middle, and he didn't need to cut that hard, but I think he was like, oh, yeah, use time, which is very savvy play.
Oh, man. 12 seconds on the play clock, and they're waiting until they come up to the line. And now the snap to Bauman. Bauman looking to go up the middle and now takes it to the outside. He will be close to another first down on that 1st and 10 play at the 49-yard line in Commerce territory. And now the flag very, very late coming in.
John. After the play, Bauman, those last 2 carries put him over 100 yards. He's got 14 carries for 113 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Who would have predicted that?
He has looked pretty good tonight. Last week he looked ready, which is expected for the role he put in last night.
Well,
last week.
It was totally garbage time last week when he came into the game.
Well, and the top 2 quarterbacks had gone out for injury.
Right.
He was the emergency. Well, they got to work with him this week.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on Commerce. Wow. Don't want that.
Nope.
At this point in the ballgame, you're close to another first down at the 49-yard line, and now at the end of the play, you get unsportsmanlike conduct, and this is going to push them back inside the 35-yard line.
Actually, I think they will get that first down.
They get so, would have been dead ball? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it'll be 1st and 15.
But we'll see what actually happens.
No, it's first down. No, it's first down, from the 34. Okay, so,
it was after. First and 25 is what I would think.
Well, unless they're calling that dead ball, which is, I guess was the call, but it will be shows 1st and 10 at the 34.
They got the first down and they just moved them back 15 yards and they got the first down there.
Right, and Bauman again faking the handoff, keeping it himself around the left side. Puts his shoulder down, back to the 50-yard line. Golly. A star is born.
Yeah. 15 yards on the carry.
We really thought when I saw that Darren Beal was in uniform and seemed to be walking around without a limp that he would be the starting quarterback. Tonight he was the starter in the first 2 games and looked good.
I think they're being cautious with him. He's dressed.
I agree.
I think he could play, but
I agree.
He's cautious and they wanted Bauman to get a little experience too.
By the way, another first down here for Commerce at the 50-yard line. 4:30 left to go in the game. Bauman again taking the step, going right. Bauman into the secondary. 30, 20, inside the 15. Brought down inside the 10-yard line. Brody Bauman, the Tiger quarterback, what a night he has had.
Oh, he's tired.
Golly.
Fantastic run.
I think the Lone Oak defense now is looking tired. I think the Tigers have just worn them down here. He gets all the way to the 9-yard. That's 41 yards for Bauman.
Puts him at 169.
Good heavens. This drive started at the Commerce 14-yard line after the quick kick punt by Adrian Gudgel. And now Commerce, the 6th play of the drive, first and goal at the Lone Oak 9-yard line.
Bad snap.
Bauman lost the handle on the snap, but picks it up, goes around the right side, makes the corner, and picks up a couple of yards to the 7-yard line. Clock is down to 3:54, and the clock is rolling. Lone Oak does have 2 timeouts if they want to use them here at some point. This just looks like a different Commerce team tonight, doesn't it?
Yes.
I mean, even compared to the Edgewood game, which was a reasonably good performance by the Tigers with the exception of the penalties that they had that night.
It looks a little more like that first quarter in the Edgewood game.
Yeah.
Where both of the teams were really sharp.
This one goes to Kendrick Greer. And Greer for Commerce down to about the 1-yard line. The tackle by Austin Ram, senior for Lone Oak. Greer got to the 2, so that was a gain of 5. And now this is 3rd down and goal from the 2-yard line for Commerce. Tigers leading 28-14. Now under 3 minutes left to go in the ballgame. And taking a lot of time to run these plays. Play clock now shows 14. They're in no hurry to come up to the line here.
Commerce with 436 total rushing yards tonight.
Snap to Bauman. Bauman fakes a handoff, pushing forward, close to the goal line, but did not get across.
Wow.
So he will be down to within about a foot of the goal. And it'll be 4th down and goal here. So, field goal, or do you...
Timeout, Lone Oak.
Or do you go for the touchdown if you're Commerce here?
Go for it.
It's 3, I think an easy 3 points for Emmanuel Castillo.
Yeah, but if you don't make it, then they have the ball at the 1-yard line.
Right, that's right.
Which burns time.
Yeah, I think they'll go for the touchdown here.
Yeah.
And as Kevin says, at worst, you leave your opponent at its own 1-yard line or even inside the 1-yard line.
Right.
Down by 2 touchdowns with a little over 2 minutes to go.
That's what I'm looking at as like the bonus. You know, it's like, we didn't
well,
make
and
it.
who knows what might happen on the field goal. You know, I mean, especially high school football, you get a bad snap.
And last week they blocked an extra point and ran it back.
Ran it back for 2 points.
Yeah. So you're up by 2 touchdowns. If you don't make it, then you leave them probably inside the 5.
It's very late to mention this. We have mentioned it before, but we do have a video stream going, and we didn't, I understand, at the beginning of the game, but that has been established along the way. So you can look in on Facebook or YouTube and have a look at this.
And you can watch from about the second half on, a little before the second half on. We got that video up, so you could go back and watch some if you've missed it thus far.
4th and 1. Snap to Bauman. Handoff straight ahead. Looks like Tigers will not score here. On that 4th and goal from inside the 1. Bauman handing off.
It's Kendrick Greer.
Was that Kendrick Greer? I was trying to spot him. I wasn't sure if it was Greer or Simon, but I believe it was Kendrick Greer. And
took a little bit of a sweep instead of just a straight on run play, and took a little time to develop.
You know, Commerce offensive line got a pretty good push, but not enough to get Kendrick Greer across the goal line. So, as we said, Tigers leave Lone Oak at their own 1-yard line with 2:29 to go, and Commerce leading 28-14. That was a good drive, though, from the Commerce 14 to the Leonard 1.
Oh, Bauman looked fantastic.
So 95-yard drive in 9 plays. And Bauman had a 41-yard run, among others, on the drive. Brody Bauman. Long way to go for Lone Oak. Adrian Gudgel 5 yards deep in the end zone. Takes the snap. Rolls to his right. Looking downfield. Passing. And in and out of the hands of Aaron Porter at the 35-yard line, 25-yard line. Close coverage there by Tyshawn Harris, I should say, for Commerce.
Yeah, Porter would like to have another chance at that. That bounced off his hands. It was tough. It was along the sidelines, but
he's made some big plays tonight.
Yeah.
Adrian Gudgel, 2nd down and 10 from the Lone Oak 1-yard line. Gave it to Mariano Rincon, and he gets to the line of scrimmage, and he is pushed back into the end zone, but they'll say that he made at least the line of scrimmage there.
Yeah.
So it'll be 3rd down and 10 from the 1. And again, Tigers undersized defensive tackle Moses Branch, just a junior, makes the stop. 3rd down and 10 from the 1. Gudgel back to throw. Passing.
Commerce intercepts it.
Interception.
Yes, a diving interception by Deshaun Jackson.
Now another official, I think, waving it off. We'll see.
Yes, another official waving it off. One came in saying, yes, it's a catch. The other one came in, said, no, it's not. And then the first one went, okay, it's not.
That's John Johnson, the head linesman, waving it off. So you can send your letters, cards and letters to him.
It was extremely close to the ground. I mean,
4th and 1 from the 1-yard line. Lone Oak will go for the first down, trailing 28-14 from their own 1-yard line. Henry Serrano, the pressure. They swing it out. It is caught, and the gain is out to the 5-yard line, but that is all. As Mariano Rincon catches that little swing pass, and the Tigers bring him down at the 5-yard line with 1:43 to go in the ball game. Commerce will have it at the Lone Oak 5. Tigers leading 28-14. Timeout taken by Lone Oak. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Freakonomics Radio.
Tomorrow morning at 6 on 88.9 KETR.
On first down, Brody Bauman gives it to Isaiah Simon between the tackles, and Simon down to about the 3-yard line. So I thought the Tigers might just take a knee here and run the clock out, but so far that's not what they're doing. 1:18 to go in the ballgame. Commerce leading 28-14. This appears to be safely locked up here in the vault for the Tigers, and they are content to let the clock run here quite a bit. Play clock is down to 8 now. Commerce lines up, but now looks like they're gonna down it. There's the snap to Bauman, and he puts his knee down at the 7-yard line.
They may have taken that just to see if Lone Oak was actually going to use that last timeout and try something. So, and then when they did, they're like, okay, we'll kneel it. Because if you use that timeout on us, you're
right.
We don't want to kneel.
Okay, that's a great point. That's very good thinking. Yeah. So Commerce will have to snap it one more time. 28-14 is going to be the final here tonight. And a good win for the Commerce Tigers, who really needed it after those first 2 losses to start the season. And going to the bye week next week, and then starting district play 2 weeks from tonight. That'll do it. Bauman goes to a knee again, and what a night for Brody Bauman. And we had no idea who would be the starting quarterback for the Tigers tonight. The new Darren Beal had been injured in the game last week at Leonard and did not finish the game, and when we saw him dressed out, thought maybe he might get the start, and probably would get the start, but he did not see any action. But Brody Bauman comes in and has a huge game for the Commerce Tigers, along with Deshaun Jackson and along with Henry Serrano.
Yeah.
And a really, really big night for Commerce, and one that they can build on as we go forward. So Commerce wins it 28-14 over Lone Oak. This is Tigers football on 88.9. If you're
a new opportunity to live. Get started at NoDiabetesByHeart.org.
Okay, one more time from A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field. Commerce wins it 28-14 tonight over the Lone Oak Buffaloes. We'll recap it for you very quickly. Tigers got an interception by defensive end Henry Serrano on the third play from scrimmage, but unable to do anything with it. And then Lone Oak got the ball back on an interception by Austin Jackson at the Lone Oak 42-yard line, and they did do something with it. They went 58 yards in 9 plays, and they got a touchdown from their quarterback Adrian Gudgel to Aaron Porter, 26-yard TD pass. Ohanessian with the extra point to make it 7-0. Lone Oak with 6:38 left to go in the first quarter. Tigers come right back, and Kevin, I think that was the key, is they came right back after Lone Oak got ahead, came back and got a score on their own. And that was the first time that we saw Deshaun Jackson in at quarterback or the Wildcat or whatever you want to call it there. He had a 19-yard run, among others, on that drive. 61 yards in 9 plays for Commerce. Brody Ballman, the starting quarterback for the Tigers, with the 1-yard touchdown. Emmanuel Castillo, the kick, 7-7, 3:21 left to go first quarter. Commerce forced Lone Oak to punt, 3 and out. Tigers come right back, and they go 63 yards in 5 plays. And the touchdown on a 33-yard run, a direct snap to Deshaun Jackson. As Jackson went around the right side, down the sideline for the touchdown. Castillo the kick, 14-7. Commerce leading with 14 seconds left to go in the first quarter. No scoring in the second quarter. And so at halftime, 14-7, Commerce with the lead. And then Lone Oak comes back in the third quarter, ties the score on a 53-yard, 8-play drive, as scoring the 1-yard touchdown was Mariano Rincon. Luke Ohanessian the extra point, and that tied it at 14-14 with 3:48 left to go in the third quarter. Tigers again come right back. After Lone Oak ties the score, Commerce comes right back. They go 75 yards in 9 plays. They had a 23-yard run by Jackson. They had a 13-yard run by Ashton Seal. They had a 14-yard pass to Dre Gadlin. And then Brody Ballman, the quarterback, 9-yard touchdown run to put Commerce on top. We just lost something.
Crowd mic.
Okay.
We'll be all right. They turned it off.
Oh, I see we don't have control over that, huh?
Correct.
All right. So Bauman, the 9-yard run, Castillo, the kick, 21-14. Commerce had the lead for good with 1:12 left to go in the third quarter. Tell you another key, Kevin, we're still not exactly sure what happened, but when Lone Oak kicked off after that touchdown, where they tied it, went into the end zone, and it looked like the Tigers were going to be caught at their own 4-yard line there, but somehow it was ruled a touchback, and Commerce instead started at the 25, and then they went on that 75-yard really game-winning drive. So,
I'm interested in rewatching the video on that.
I would like to see
if
that.
I can see anything.
Yeah, and then in the fourth quarter, the interception by Ashton Seal set up the Tigers at the Buffalo 10-yard line. They scored on the first play as Deshaun Jackson, again, ran it in for Commerce. Two rushing touchdowns tonight for Deshaun Jackson, whom we have seen almost entirely in a wide receiver mode up until tonight. But again, Castillo, who is very reliable place kicker for the Tigers, kicked the extra point, and that made it 28-14 with 9:26 to go, and that's the final score. And I'm sure the statistics going to be pretty interesting here to review.
Lone Oak was keeping up pretty well for the first half, but after that, Commerce kind of ran away. But Rincon ended the game with 57 yards and 1 touchdown on 16 carries. Gudgel had 12 carries for 90 yards, and that was the main rushing attack for Lone Oak. Gudgel had 26 attempts, but only connected on 9 of them. He had 2 interceptions. I didn't mark one of his. And 101 yards and a touchdown. Porter had 3 receptions for 47 yards and a touchdown, and Ohanessian had 4 receptions for 38 yards. Austin Jackson, had 3 receptions for 12 yards. Now, Commerce looked much prettier than that. They had 478 total offensive yards and 5 touchdowns. 439 yards, of course, on the ground for the Commerce Tigers.
Wow.
Isaiah Simon with 13 carries, 70 yards. Kendrick Greer wound up with 33 yards on 5 carries. Deshaun Jackson, 12 carries, 117 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Gosh.
Bauman had 18 carries, 172 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Wow.
And a big chunk of that came in the final quarter there, the final stanza. Ashton Seal had 44 yards on 5 carries. Bauman connected on 4 of 8 passing, so 50%. He threw an interception, but he also threw a touchdown, and that touchdown went to Dre Gadlin. That was his second reception of the night. He had 29 yards total on 2 receptions, and Ashton Seal had the other reception for 10 yards.
Well, just a really fun night for Commerce Tigers football, and some surprises here. Again, the surprise of Brody Bauman coming in at quarterback and looking as terrific as he did tonight. And then Deshaun Jackson, as quarterback or as the Wildcat back, whatever you want to call him, we certainly did not anticipate that. Henry Serrano had a huge night on defense for Commerce. Ashton Seal made big plays on both sides of the ball, so really good night here for the Commerce Tigers.
Absolutely. It was very good to see them come out and get a good game, get a good win under their belt, and really kind of put together the kind of game they want to play. Almost. They are missing some key players that they had at the beginning of the season, but I expect to see Beal back. He was dressed for this game. He was in pads, so that's a good sign. So we'll see. And when they do, they may have some sort of triple-headed dragon attack that we hadn't heard anything about yet. Who knows? Who knows? But it ought to be fun to find out.
Oh, dear. Tigers now 1-2 for the season. Lone Oak also 1-2. And again, our final score here tonight is Commerce 28, Lone Oak 14. Next week, the Tigers have their bye week. And then Friday, September 24th, the Tigers will open District 5 3A Division I play versus the Bonham Purple Warriors, their oldest rivals, here at Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field. Kickoff will be at 7:30, and we'll be on the air shortly after 7. Tomorrow night, the A&M Commerce Football Lions take on Midwestern State at the former home of the Texas Rangers, Globe Life Field, now called Choctaw Stadium. Kickoff at 6, and the game will be broadcast on KETR. Kevin, I believe, starting at 5:45?
Yes.
Right, Kevin?
It's at 6 p.m. kickoff.
Kickoff is 6.
Yeah, 5:30.
5:30 then. 5:30. Okay, very good. 5:30 is the pregame. With Charlie Chitwood and Brock Calloway, and Kevin will be in the booth also tomorrow night. Thanks to our producer, Jared Knight. And the big Friday night scoreboard with Jared, Ryan Fulkerson, and the crew continues now on KETR. So for Kevin Jeffries, this is John Mark Dempsey. Thanks for listening to Commerce Tigers Football.
Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio by Jared Knight. And the final at Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field tonight was Lone Oak Buffaloes 14, Commerce Tigers 28, giving the Tigers their first point in the positive column this season. We've got fourth quarter scores and plenty of finals to share with everybody. But first, we'd just like to say that we appreciate everybody tuning into the stream. We had some technical difficulties at first, but we were able to iron those out and keep everything running as smoothly as it possibly could.
Sure.
So, Jared, do we want to start reading some scores?
Yeah, I do have some scores from around the region. I guess I could do some finals if it's all the same to you, Ryan. But I was going to go ahead and own up there what was going on with the video stream for anybody who's been tuned in and locked in this entire time. We're talking to all four folks who have been it was larger earlier. So what's been happening for the most part was that there was just a little disconnect between there at the Memorial Stadium here at the KETR studios, and for those reasons and others, it was a delay to get that stream on. But we are thinking that we'll have things worked out by the next home game. Of course, our away games have been really great thanks to the tireless efforts of the extremely dedicated television crew staff that we have going out on those away games, which of course includes Kevin Jeffries. Anyway, so here are the final scores that passed along from here in the scoreboard center. As you know, Commerce Tigers win tonight versus Lone Oak at home. Go Tigers. Let's see. Rockwall Heath beats Red Oak tonight 62-21. The final score, it looks like Redwater was in Edgewood tonight. Redwater wins 26-14. That's a final score. Rains, the Wildcats took it to the Grand Saline Indians tonight, and they came away victorious. It was 22-14. Rains over Grand Saline on a football Friday night. Chisholm, the Mustangs, they defended home against the Purple Warriors. I'm sorry, the Warriors of Honeygrove. The Purple Warriors are Bonham. We'll worry about those
the wrong
later.
Warriors.
Yeah. The Chisholm Mustangs defended home against those Honeygrove Honeybees. It was 55. Chisholm 55, Honeygrove 15 was the final score there. A final out of Wills Point tonight. Maybank showed up and brought everything with them. It was 49-0. Maybank over Wills Point tonight. Another final score, Cooper beats Detroit tonight 40-6, the final, and Community beats North Lamar tonight. It was 29-6, the final. I've got a couple more finals, Ryan, that I might share anyway since we're here.
Go ahead.
Let's see. There was a final, Fannondale and Leverage Chapel, and this one I think I can't remember if Fannondale is still a six-man or not, but I know that they allowed a final of 0-0, and so I'm guessing that it could well have been battle of the defense, a six-man ball. Let's see. Brewer beats North Forney tonight 35-10, the final score. We mentioned Paris beating Pleasant Grove tonight 31-14. Liberty Ilo beats Jefferson tonight 56-15. That game played at Liberty Ilo High School, and anyway, Liberty Ilo beats Jefferson 56-15, the final. Bells beats Valley View tonight 60-6, a final score. Celeste Blue Devils beat Whitewright 41-35. That's a final score out of Whitewright tonight. The Tigers fall to the Blue Devils of Celeste. Again, that final, Celeste 41, Whitewright 35. Harleton beats Rivercrest tonight 44-26, the final. Clarksville was on the road at Tom Bean this evening. Clarksville wins 40-6, the final score. Paul Pewitt, Mount Vernon met at Pewitt High School tonight. The Tigers beat the Brahmas. Mount Vernon wins 42-16, the final score. We may have mentioned Prairieland Patriots beat the Como-Picton Eagles tonight 34-14. That's a final. We also have Winsboro. They beat Hughes Springs 35-14, the final. West Rusk beats Mineola tonight 24-17 was the final at West Rusk. Number 8 West Rusk comes out victorious over Mineola tonight. Munster beats Blue Ridge 50-7, the final. Number 4 Munster Hornets win over Blue Ridge this evening. The Wolf City Cumbie game is supposed to happen tonight, and I think Wolf City is still under their they had Anthony Figueroa is the superintendent over there, and last week he had put out, and we may have shared on the air at KETR that if Wolf City ISD didn't have better than 91% attendance by students, I think they had decided, the school board at Wolf City had decided that they would suspend everything, including school. They're not doing anything for a week, and I think that was at the end of the day Friday last week, and so I don't know if today's Friday was included. It was a 7-day deal or 5 working days, whatever it happened to be, but it could be that game didn't happen tonight. We certainly don't have a score if it did. But last week we had gone on and on about Wolf City a little bit, and then learned that they had pulled the plug on the Wolf City game last week. So that's what happened there. Let's see. Fruitvale was beaten tonight by a non-UIL opponent. It was 46-0, that non-UIL opponent whose name we don't know, over Fruitvale Bobcats this evening.
I actually saw that non-UIL opponent was Greenville Christian, I believe. That was from Max Preps anyways.
Greenville Christian played Fruitvale tonight.
Yes, Greenville Christian 46, Fruitvale nothing.
I can tell you, if we don't know, David Claiborne will know, and it'll be in the paper over at the Herald Banner will know. So
that's a TBD on that one.
Yeah, if we don't know the sports, the high school sports, the Hunt County High School sports situation, David will know. Good friend David Claiborne has been a friend of the station for a real long time. We mentioned Cooper Bulldogs beat the Detroit Eagles 40-6. Farmersville and Crum. Did we mention Crum beats Farmersville 48-15 tonight? Gunter beats Whitesboro 28-6, the final. Community, we said, beat North Lamar 29-6, the final score. And of course, the Greenville Lions come out with a gigantic win over Frisco Ranch View. It was 59-0, the final score. That Greenville picks up the big W at home tonight for the Greenville Lions. More finals will continue to roll in, but if you haven't done it in a while, if you haven't been with us since last week, did you know that you can text the studio by texting? You can use your texting machine, your thumbs. Your thumbs and your texting machine. And text 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. And you can text 88.9 KTR. You can text the studio, and I'll be happy to pass along information. If you have final scores, if you happen to see a game this week and you wanted to do that, share information about that game. You can also call. This is a radio program, after all. You can call and participate by calling 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. Ryan is standing by.
It's true.
To take your call this evening on the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. We have some games still in motion, like the backfield, which is sometimes in motion. And we'll be sharing those scores with you as we move on through the evening. But if we'd like, Ryan, we could take a short break here and remind folks to call us if they want. 800-882-5387 here on the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program.
That's true. You can call us at that number. You can also get to us on several different social media sites, Facebook, Twitter, probably others, if I had to assume. But right now, we're going to go ahead and take one more quick break, or another quick break, and then come back and we'll run down some games still in action right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. It's 75 degrees and clear. Stick around.
The Voices of Texas.
I'm Mose Bouchel in Austin.
I'm Galilee Abdullah in Dallas.
I'm Travis Bubinik in Marfa.
I'm Katya Bandiel in Austin.
Texas News, weekdays during Morning Edition on your station, 88.9 KETR.
I am a veteran. I lost both legs in Vietnam.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
My victory was getting my benefits and a good education.
DAV helps veterans of every generation get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran. I didn't want to admit it, but I had PTSD.
So veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory was finding help and learning that I wasn't alone.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
A great orchestra in full flight is the most amazing thing, and SymphonyCast lets you experience that thrill every week. Hi, I'm Allison Young. We touch down in terrific orchestra towns from Boston to San Francisco and hear the best of Europe and Asia, all captured live in concert. That's APM's SymphonyCast.
Sunday night at 7 on your station, 88.9 KETR. Well, hello, folks. It's your old buddy Luke Clayton inviting you to tune in to our hunting and fishing show every Saturday morning at 5 a.m.
Did really good in the hill country this year. Got a nice deer I rattled up.
And we go in there with buzz baits and yellow magic pop-Rs, and it's between 20 and 40 fish a day.
Just truly enjoy the nature and the outdoors.
And remember, you can go to KETR.org and listen to the archive of our past shows.
Friday Night Scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio by Jared Knight. Last time you were with us, we ran down the final scores. This time, we're going to talk about some games that are still in action. At least they were the last time that we heard anything about them. Starting off with Ferris and Quinlan Ford. The last score we had there with 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter was the Ford Panthers leading the Ferris Yellow Jackets 51-37.
I have an update.
We have an update. All right. Go ahead.
It's up to you.
You're on.
We can have the older, if you want the older score, we can leave it, or we could say what the actual score is.
Well, I think the people would want to know what the actual score is.
All right. Well, right now on that game that you mentioned, Ford High School, Quinlan Ford Panthers are leading the Ferris Yellow Jackets 58-43. Now 58-43 with a mere 2 minutes and 13 seconds left in the game.
Oh man.
So I don't know. I mean, it feels like a lot to come back. What is that? It's 15 points, but I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway, that game's happening there along 34 in Quinlan this evening.
It is,
yeah.
And we've got that live update right here. You guys heard it first. Quinlan Ford 58, Ferris 43. That's the Panthers over the Yellow Jackets out in Quinlan. Moving down the scoreboard, we've got Scurry Rosser, the Wildcats, over the Kemp Yellow Jackets. Now, this kind of surprises me because in my youth, I was a middle school football player and a JV football player.
Okay.
And in all of my experiences, the Commerce football team on which I played, which, granted, was not great.
Okay.
The Scurry Rosser Wildcats were the one team that we beat consistently. And I don't know if that was just the bracket of time that I experienced, but it seems like this season there's something going on out there in Scurry Rosser as they lead the Yellow Jackets of Kemp 52-15. And the last several weeks, they've been leading their opponents by pretty large margins. So I don't know if there's been a paradigm shift out there in Scurry Rosser, but that's certainly a come up for this team from the last time that I was paying close attention to them.
That does sound like one of those era things, right? I mean, a lot of things change, right? None of the guys that you were playing against are still there because you're not still there. It stands to reason that they occasionally graduate, folks, matriculate, and they move on. And they don't play high school football for the same teams ad infinitum. And so I think that probably what happened there was, different guys came through, perhaps better guys. Perhaps guys who were just who have more skill at football. And maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's the paradigm shift. What is worth noting is it is observant of you to note that shift has occurred.
I find myself a very observant person when I want to be, I suppose.
Sure.
But that's just my little side anecdote there that the Scurry Rosser Wildcats have definitely had a come up in these past several years. And you know what? Good for them.
Yep.
It must not have felt great to be the only team that lost to Commerce Middle School for 2 years in a row.
Commerce Middle School. All right. Well, that's way back now.
Well, yeah, it was. I don't think we played them when I was in JV, so I'm not sure. But the last memories I have of Scurry Rosser was, anyways. We've gone off on a tangent. Moving on down the scoreboard.
To hit those tangents. A lot of us, Ryan, are living vicariously through your player days on the JV team because we didn't play on the JV team, some of us. And so we, Wolf City, not going to say, I'll just say it didn't work out so that I played on the high school. I didn't play varsity or even JV football. And so... so you relive the glory days, and I'm right here like, wow, man, that was...
relive the glory days, as it were, all, 8 years ago now or something.
There's a little bit of glory every time you ran into Scurry Rosser, according to your story there.
The only glory that we saw, let me tell you, we were single victory teams back in those days, but you know what? Yeah. It is what it is.
And that is how you take the aside and just stretch it out even more. I'm sorry for that. We take the tangent that we went on and just wrote it.
Oh yeah, this is what we do. This is what we do when it gets down to the late hours of a football Friday night, and we're waiting for those last finals to come in.
What else did you have final wise? I'll tell you if you're wrong.
All right. All right. Games that are not final that I have that I'm sure to be corrected on. We've got, of course, the Scurry Rosser Wildcats over the Kemp Yellow Jackets 52-15. We've got the Rockwall Yellow Jackets at home defending against the Lake Travis Cavaliers. The score in that would Rockwall 45, Lake Travis 35, somewhere in the fourth quarter.
Would you like information on that game?
Correct me as is necessary.
It's not that you're wrong. It's just that you were wrong. But you won't be wrong.
Times have changed.
Yeah, exactly. We're living in a new era. Yeah, where it's a whole other era. We were talking about eras earlier. All right, Rockwall Yellow Jackets 59, Lake Travis Cavaliers 35 with 8 minutes left in regulation. That's 59-35 Rockwall.
Still time for those Cavaliers to come back in that one.
Right, but here it's worth noting Rockwall is ranked number 13 and Lake Travis number 7. Here. So, yeah, it's a bit of an upset based on the rankings.
That's
number 13 Rockwall beating number 7 Lake Travis 59-35. Somewhere in the middle of the fourth.
Somewhere in the middle of the fourth. That's actually interesting. We'll see if number 7 Lake Travis can actually recover from the deficit there in the last 8 minutes of regulation play. Moving on down the probably inaccurate fourth quarter scores list.
The following information may prove to be totally useless, but we're going to share it anyway. What do you got?
We've got the Caddo Mills Foxes over the Canton Eagles 56-41 with 8 minutes remaining in regulation play.
That's accurate as far I can't argue with that.
Oh, look at that. It's a first. We've also got this one, definitely, I would assume, not accurate anymore because only of the fact that it's still a third quarter score. We've got the Sanger Indians defending home against the Howe Bulldogs 48-17 with 6 minutes remaining in the third.
I have some fresh information for listeners who have been following along with that particular score that you just gave. As of the very, very latest, I've got Sanger, the Indians, beating the Howe Bulldogs 54-24 with 2 minutes left in regulation play. That's 2 minutes before that final horn blows. Sanger's ahead of Howe 54-24 right now.
Sanger increasing the lead in that one, just solidifying the home defense against the Howe Bulldogs there. That's once again.
Putting a little punctuation on it.
Yeah, put a little punctuation on it. That's the exclamation point at the end of the sentence right there. 54-42, the Indians over the Bulldogs. Moving on down the list, we've got the Kaufman Lions. They're at home tonight, playing against the Sulphur Springs Wildcats. At last check, somewhere in the fourth quarter, it's Kaufman 34, Sulphur Springs 32. You got anything on that one?
I wish I did because that sounds like, 34-32, is that what you said?
That's what I said.
That's final.
That is final. A nail-biter there in Kaufman, where the Wildcats fall in a close one by a safety's breadth, 34-32. Moving on down the list,
you're a
the Crandall
wordsmith
Pirates.
over there, man.
I know. Sometimes I be smithing words, as they say. Crandall, the Pirates over the Alvarado Indians, defending home here, 68-35 in the fourth is what I had at the last check on that.
Who's that? Alvarado and who?
Alvarado and Crandall.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that one on my list is not quite as extensive as yours, but it was published slightly more recently because I have some finals.
Yeah.
Is it worth noting that Caddo Mills Canton game went 63-41 final? Caddo
it is
over
worth
Canton.
Noting. It is definitely worth noting. Caddo Mills 61.
Yep. 63. Foxes beat the Eagles 63-41.
And
final.
Is final.
Another final. I got Quinlan Ford Panthers have defeated the Ferris Yellow Jackets 58-43. It was, as we posited earlier, odds insurmountable there, that 43-58 gap. It was not something that the Yellow Jackets were going to be able to overcome. Ford wins 58-43.
All right, that is Ford wins 58-43 over the Ferris Yellow Jackets. Final score.
Somebody else we were just talking about went final too.
We were just talking about Scurry Rosser. We spent way too much time there. We were also talking about Rockwall and Lake Travis. We were talking about
Did they go
Howe
final?
and Sanger.
Did I give you a final on Rockwall?
No, we have 8 minutes remaining in regulation play. Rockwall 59, Lake Travis 35.
Well, that's going to be... That's accurate. 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left. The time has elapsed.
We're ticking it down.
I know.
Here on the Scoreboard Center, I tell you what, it feels like we're right smack in the middle of all this info, and we're just swimming through it.
Like a swimming pool of molasses.
There's a pool of molasses. And we are just holding our breath.
Just slogging, I guess. Anyways, the Hawkins Hawks over the Bulls Hornets. We've got 41-18. Bulls losing at home against the Hawkins Hawks. That was in the fourth quarter at the last check on that one. We've also got the Bonham Purple Warriors. This is an important game and one that John Mark specifically told us to watch, and that's the Leonard Tigers out at the Bonham Purple Warriors at last check, it seemed pretty typical of what you'd expect out of the Leonard team that we saw last week. The score in that one, 55-36, Leonard leading it with 5 minutes remaining.
Hold up.
I'm holding.
Updated info.
All right.
Because I don't almost have any. I have but 2 games left that aren't final on my count.
Mm-hmm.
Leonard beats Bonham 62-43. That's a final out of Bonham.
62-43.
The Purple Warriors fall to the Leonard Tigers tonight. The Tigers win 62-43.
That's no shame on the Purple Warriors. They put up more of a fight than any of the Leonard Tigers' previous 2 opponents.
Right.
Those last 2 being, of course, Wolf City and Commerce.
Right.
And Leonard won those games 43-7 and 43-6, respectively. So the Purple Warriors did put up a quantifiable fight in comparison to the last 2 opponents that Leonard team saw. But as Coach McSheffrey was talking about in the pregame interview, there's prospects that the Leonard Tigers are going to make a pretty deep playoff run this year. So that's a team to keep an eye on, the Leonard Tigers right there. Really athletic. You're raising your hand there. You see?
Yeah, final. Sanger beats Howe 61-24. Final.
Sanger beats Howe 61-24.
1 of 2. Also, Rockwall Yellow Jackets beat Lake Travis 59-35. The number 13 Rockwall Yellow Jackets beat the number 7 Lake Travis Cavaliers 59-35.
An upset victory for the Rockwall Yellow Jackets in that one.
Mm-hmm.
The last game that we've gotten down to that still was in play the last time we checked, that's going to be the Paris Wildcats and the Pleasant Grove Hawks. The last check I had was 31-7, 6 minutes remaining in the 4th.
Definitely have a final on that. Just let me find it.
All right, he's got a the final.
Yeah, on that. Who's that, Paris?
That's the Paris Wildcats and the Pleasant Grove Hawks.
Yeah, I got it. It's I know that I have it. You're going to have to be patient. Now, here it is.
Cue Jeopardy music.
Wildcats. Number 6 Wildcats beat the number 4 Hawks.
Oh, upset victory here, too.
Paris wins 34-14. Final.
34-14. The Paris Wildcats over the Pleasant Grove Hawks in an upset victory. We've had a couple of those now that we're noting as we move along the final Friday night scoreboard here.
You know, with 13 minutes left until 11 o'clock, it's not really a shock that a lot of these scores are going final, but it could be that you want to share information with us here at the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program about what's going on where you are. You know, you could do that in a couple of ways. One way is to use your telephonic device and call 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. We'd be happy to take your call. You can also text the studio. If you've decided, you know what, I'm not somebody who wants to put my voice out there into the world, next thing agents will be calling. Not doing it. I'll just text. You can text the studio at 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. You can save it in your phone as a KTR Studio that you can text.
It's true.
And we'd be happy to answer. I've got the big screen up in front of me, so whenever somebody decides to text, I'll be able to just read it out loud into my microphone like we do here in Radioland. I don't think I have anything open. Do you have scores, games that we're still looking for?
I do have some games that we're still looking for. Really quick, I want to address a Facebook comment here from ex-player Zay Basham. He asks what the score is, and I'm assuming he means the Commerce Tigers score, in which the Commerce Tigers took a 28-14 victory over the Lone Oak Buffaloes tonight at home.
We got you, Zay. Thanks for sticking with us all night long.
He's been here all night. He's been an avid supporter of the both the video stream and the radio broadcast.
Yeah.
So we appreciate his interaction here. You can interact too. You can do that. We're still live on Facebook. You can go to facebook.com/KETR Radio.
Sure.
You'll see the live stream. You'll see me and Jared's beautiful faces up here, and you can interact with us live right there. But you were asking about actual football things, which are, what we're here to do.
Uh-huh.
And that's games we're still looking for. That's Alvarado and Crandall, Wiley East and Royce City, Hawkins and Bowles.
I get that Royce City final.
And Scurry, Rosser, and Kemp.
You want the Royce City final?
Royce City final.
28-20 final. Royce City wins.
28-20 final. Royce City wins. That's the Bulldogs over the Wiley East Raiders there, 28-20. Why don't we go ahead and take a break real quick? We can gather some more finals.
Yeah, well, here, before, I just want to mention, if Bowles is at home tonight, that's here. That's near. So I don't understand why we don't have an update there. why I don't have that. So I'm not complaining to you, Ryan. You're doing a bang-up job, I want to say. I mean, I'll just go ahead and interrupt the broadcast to say.
Well, thank you.
But there are some scores that we're missing, and it doesn't stand to reason. So I just want to find out. If that Kemp game went final, that's one thing, because Kemp's quite a ways away. Folks might not be leaving that game going, let's tune in to the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. If they are, they should definitely, you should call us and let us know. 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. Or text 903-751-5145 and let us know what's going on. I interrupted you taking us to break, and I apologize because I like a break too.
Is that all the interruption for tonight?
I knew where we were headed, and I just wanted to.
Well, you know what? That was good. It was good to request that information, because you know what? There's no excuse. You Bulls football game goers, you're in the listening area. You might as well tune in.
Fanatics, you
should give us the final score. We want to know. At last check, it was Hawkins Hawks 41, Bulls Hornets 18. Right now on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce in the KETR Sports Center, it's 75 degrees. Lows getting down to around 62 tonight. It's a beautiful football Friday night, and we're going to carry you all the way to the end of it right here on the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. It's your station, 88.9 KETR. We'll be right back.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, it's important to take
Friday Night Scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in the same building, but not in the same studio, by Jared Knight. And, Jared, I think you wanted to run down some final scores that you've accumulated.
What's up with that? I'm all the way down the hall. I'm back here in the dungeon.
I mean, we're appropriately socially distanced.
We are appropriately socially distanced. And it's hard sometimes to hear with a mask on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's important.
It's important.
Hey, we have, for me to not close the things I'm looking at, that would be better. Hey, there was a game last night, for those who might not know, and I don't know who played Savoy. Do you know who played Savoy last night?
Let me look. I did look at Thursday night finals when I was building the scoreboard here, but I can look again.
Savoy Cardinals won. They won 33-25.
Over St. Joe.
Over St. Joe, who is the name that I don't have.
Yep, it's the St. Joe Panthers.
All right, so Savoy wins. Cardinals win. Let's see. Finals, if that's all right. We'll try to do rapid fire as best we can. Rockwall Heath, the Hawks beat the Red Oak Hawks tonight. The Hawks versus the Hawks. You ever wonder how a matchup's going to turn out? Well, I'll tell you, 62-21. That's the final score. The Hawks over the Hawks. That was Rockwall Heath, number 10. Rockwall Heath wins over Red Oak this evening. Let's see. Brewer and North Forney matched up at North Forney. Brewer wins. It was 35-10, the final score. The Quinlan Ford Panthers, we mentioned, beat the Ferris Yellow Jackets. It was 58-43 when the final buzzer blew. Let's see. Foxes of Cattle Mills beat the Canton Eagles 63-41. Maybank beats Wills Point 49-0. Number 6 Wildcats beat the number 4 Pleasant Grove Hawks. It was the Paris Wildcats, that is, 31-14 Paris over Pleasant Grove. Liberty Ilo Leopards beat the Jefferson Bulldogs 56-15 tonight. Winner Alvord Bulldogs over S&S Consolidated Rams tonight. It was 34-28 Alvord, which, by the way, Alvord is out west of here. First of all, way west of here. Think Decatur. Do you know Decatur? Mm-hmm. Which is west of Denton, which is way out west. Way out west. And if you go kind of northwesterly from Decatur, you'll find your way to Alvord. Yeah.
I've never been there myself.
Well, I just told you how to get there. So,
well, I could. That photographic memory of mine.
I didn't see you writing it down.
That's hence the photographic memory.
Yeah, you're gonna need to Google Maps that. Let's see. Bells. The Panthers of Bells beat the Valley View Eagles tonight, 60-6. The final score. Celeste Blue Devils beat White Wright Tigers 41-35. The final. Wildcats over the Rebels. Harleton over Rivercrest. It was 44-26. That game was played in Bogota tonight. So if you were wondering where that game was played, Ryan, I saw you looking curious about where the Rivercrest Rebels were playing. It's Bogota. That's where they're from.
Playing at home there.
Yeah, and if your next question is where's Bogota, I'll tell you here in a bit. So let's see. Clarksville beats Tom Bean tonight. Tom Bean had to go all the way to Clarksville. It was 40-6. Clarksville wins over Tom Bean. Tomcats. Can I say this too? I know it's an aside. I enjoy the non-standard mascots that we get, and the Tomcat is kind of a non-standard mascot.
It certainly is. You get a lot of bulldogs and eagles and but you don't get a Tomcat.
It's rare to get a Tomcat.
You don't get a blue devil.
Yeah, blue devil. Yeah, well, when you mix in the color, it's almost. I don't know if that's cheating. A blue devil, a purple warrior to defeat warrior, but there's not a lot of warriors, so that's fine. I would argue here's one that's a common that's no bueno. Bearcat.
What is a Bearcat?
Exactly. That's a great, and this is something you should explore. You should go ask go ask Hey Google or whatever, or Hey Siri or whoever you want to find out what a Bearcat is, because I think you'll be at best you'll be like, oh. And at worst, you might be disappointed.
It looks like a lemur.
Yeah, it's more like a
raccoon had a child.
Yeah, like a barely larger than one of those honey badgers, right?
Honey badgers are ferocious, though.
Right, but what I'm saying is, do you see any honey badgers on the list? Because I don't.
There should be.
Covering high school football for 13 years in Northeast Texas, and not once have I come across a honey badger, not even a little bit. Seen some sand crabs from time to time.
Oh, really?
I've seen blizzards.
Oh, well,
as a blizzard.
There was a school in West Texas that I used to go to as a pre-K child. No, they were the tornadoes.
Yeah, that's a scary mascot.
Yeah,
you think about it.
They were the Sandies or something. Their mascot was a tornado, but they weren't the tornadoes. Anyways,
were they the Texas tornadoes? That would be.
No, I see now. I got to figure it out.
Okay, well, you got a Google machine.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chisholm beats Honeygrove tonight. See, the Mustangs. Mustang feels common, but it's not that common here in Northeast Texas, believe it or not. Chisholm Mustangs beat the Warriors of Honeygrove 55-15. Mount Vernon Tigers beat the Brahmas of Paul Pewitt 42-16. Alba Golden Panthers beat the Lions of Union Grove tonight. It was 53-19. The final score, Alba Golden wins. Prairieland beats Como Picton tonight 34-14. The Wildcats of Rains beat the Indians of Grand Saline. It was 22-14. Rains over Grand Saline tonight. Winsboro beats Hughes Springs 35-14. The final, West Rusk, number 8 West Rusk beats Mineola tonight 24-17. The Munster Hornets, number 4 Munster Hornets beat the Blue Ridge Tigers tonight 50-7 was the final. Who was it that you think it's Greenville Christian beats Fruitvale tonight?
Yes,
46-0. Let's see. Hawks beats the Bowles Hornets. There's that Bowles game that we thought we couldn't find. Hawks beats the Bowles Hornets tonight 41-18 a final. Let's see. Cooper Bulldogs beats Detroit 40-6. Sunnyvale beats Brownsboro 49-14. Crum wins at home versus the Farmersville Farmers. It was 48-13 the final. 61-24 Sanger over Howe. We were talking about that one. That's kind of a runaway score.
Mm-hmm.
Gutter beats Whitesboro. You know the runaway scores we had 2 weeks ago. You know the early season games will sometimes have that where it's like we wanted to book some extras, but teams might be a little bit mismatched, and some of them have maybe what somebody said, catching lightning in a bottle. Some of them are on a luck streak, and sometimes they just haven't hit their stride yet. And you'll get those runaway games where we were seeing scores in like the high 70s or whatever. Looks like that's mostly over, moving along. But we'll see, because the high 60s or low 60s were happening tonight.
Yeah, those are still pretty high scores.
Yeah, well, for instance, if you were at the Bonham Purple Warriors game tonight versus Leonard, you saw more than 100 points go on the board. 105 to be exact. 62 of those points went to the Leonard Tigers, and only 43 went to the Bonham Purple Warriors. But you still saw 100 points scored in a football game, on a high school football game, and that's got to be exciting. I don't know about you, I really enjoy offenses. More specifically, I enjoy I don't know if it's called an air raid offense, but the offenses that do more passing to receivers rather than ground and pound, which I think is really only good for running the clock out. But that's me personally, and I'm not a football genius.
I do prefer a passing offense just because it's more exciting. I understand that the run offense is a very consistent way that it's like, we just need 3 yards. Let's just put our back in and have him plow through the line. But it's so much more exciting when your quarterback throws the 25-yard reception and the crowd goes wild, all that jazz. It's just...
You can involve your backs in that too, by the way. You don't believe me? Just watch any game.
Just watch
Nowadays, your back will slide up and be another guy on the line in the shotgun, and then he can turn around and receive the ball too. He's an eligible receiver.
That's
Why
true.
not?
Yeah.
We were going to mention Gunter beats Whitesboro tonight, 28-6 the final. The number 2 Gunter Tigers beat the Whitesboro Bearcats. Bearcats 28-6. We mentioned this one this evening a time or two, and that's going to be because it was our game that we followed here at 88.9 KTR, and that's Commerce Tigers beat the Lone Oak Buffaloes tonight, 28-14 the final. Kaufman beats Sulphur Springs, we mentioned, 34-32 the final score. Community beats North Lamar 29-6. Greenville beats Ranchview 59-0, which I think is a shock because I want to say that Greenville lost the last couple of weeks. So hanging 59 unanswered points on Ranchview.
Greenville did lose both weeks in a row.
Yeah, so it's notable, right?
It is. That is notable.
That they put almost 60 points on the board.
And held Ranchview to a big old goose egg, too.
Yeah.
Which is... maybe that shows an evolution in the Greenville team, or maybe they had a hard strength of schedule there for the first couple of weeks, or whatever it may be.
You know what you can count on? David Claiborne breaking it down for you next week.
That guy, he's a genius. He's the football genius we were talking about we aren't.
That's right. He's the one to ask if you don't know whether you want to ground and pound or go to the air Take to the skies.
Take to the skies.
Ask that guy. Let's see. Rockwall Yellow Jackets. Number 13 Rockwall Yellow Jackets upset the number 7 Lake Travis Cavaliers. It was 59-35 the final. And then Royce City Bulldogs beat the Wiley East Raiders 28-20. Those are the finals, Ryan, that I've got handy, quite literally in my hand. But I know that there were a couple more scores that we were looking at online to try to keep up with.
I have a couple of finals here. We've got one that I don't know if you mentioned this one. It's the Redwater Dragons and the Edgewood Bulldogs. Redwater took that one 36-14.
I remember seeing that one, but I think it fell off my list. I'll find it around here somewhere.
We also have on here Maybank over Wills Point 49-0. I don't know if you mentioned that one. We've got the Alvarado Indians over the Crandall Pirates. Our own BJ Laudermilk still out there at Crandall, I wonder, perhaps. The Crandall Pirates take that one, defending home against the Alvarado Indians, 68-42. The Cooper Bulldogs over the Detroit Eagles, 40-6. The Celeste Blue Devils over the White Tigers, 41-35. The Community Braves over the North Lamar Panthers, 29-6. It seems like that's all that we are. The only here we'll talk about this. The only still going score that we don't have a final for yet just happens to be Scurry Rosser and Kemp, where the last check there was 52-15. Also, an aside, I did look up the strange mascot. It's the Amarillo High School Sandies.
The Sandies?
They're Sandies, but they're Dust Devils, but they're called the Sandies. I guess their mascot is a Dust Devil. It's Amarillo High School, so I was right.
Yeah.
But yeah, Scurry Rosser and Kemp is the last fourth quarter score.
I was looking for it. Somebody had it on YouTube. Somebody was pulling a...
Well, if anybody out there happened to be attending that game, you can get in contact with us in a various number of ways. You can call the studio, 800-882-5387. You can tweet us at KETR Sports. You can go to the Facebook stream, which we are still currently on, and leave a comment. You can also text us at whatever the text number is. It's eluding my mind, but Jared can push it on the stream at some point.
It's 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145.
So there's all that. We'll take a quick break, let you guys get... Oh, we've got somebody down here. We've got another cool mascot from Michael Welch.
What's that? What do you say?
The Frost Polar Bears. So
Frost.
Is Frost the school, or are they the Frost Polar Bears?
I think that sounds right. Frost sounds like the name of a town.
Mm-hmm. So the Frost Polar Bears.
Kind of ringing a bell, because I know, like I said, the Winter's Blizzards I mentioned earlier, which their mascot is a tornado with lungs full of breath, releasing that breath. Sort of not the best look during COVID, but
yeah, releasing.
I don't think. I mean, nobody could plan for COVID.
Yeah,
you can't
especially
help that
20 years ago when you were founding a school.
When you have a mascot with puffed up cheeks and like clearly the wind, like the part of the mascot is the lines of wind coming out of his puffed up cheek mouth, and you got to go, hey, come on. It's COVID time. We don't
can't encourage this. We can't be blowing on people.
Bad behavior.
Yeah.
We also got somebody texted and asked for the Royce City Bulldog score, and we mea culpa, full disclosure, we didn't know you wanted the Royce City Bulldog score. We just mentioned it, and then you got it. So you're welcome, but they came up and said thank you because we said it, but it was quite by accident. We were going to give that information anyway. Somewhere in there is a lesson about how so long as we continue to stick to the things that we set out to do, folks will be happy. Even if it sometimes is in a roundabout way. But we appreciate you using the text messaging a service that we have available to us. If you'd like to text us, you can too. 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. And Ryan, once again, we've managed to derail ourselves from that ever-loving break you were headed toward.
It happens.
And yet everybody wants to weigh in, like their take. Like, I got the hot take on the weather. It is football weather, they'll say. Or, football weather is coming. It's getting cooler. Fall approacheth. right? And then everybody gets...
Winter is coming, perhaps.
Well, the high thinkers come along and they're like, ooh, it's pumpkin spice weather or whatever it is that they'll do.
I'm not a fan of the pumpkin spice myself. I'm not sure that pumpkin spice is accurate to the taste of what it would be if I were to eat a pumpkin like an apple. I don't believe it would taste like a pumpkin spice latte.
No, it doesn't. That's the thing. It's pumpkin spice being more operative than pumpkin. Pumpkin flavor, I think, is what you're thinking of, and pumpkin flavor. I don't know that anybody's going with pumpkin flavored stuff. I did have some pumpkin flavored tea once, and definitely pumpkin spice tastes far superior to pumpkin flavor.
I would say that's likely true. We used to eat the seeds of the pumpkin. We'd gut the pumpkin for Halloween and lay the seeds out on a tray and bake them and salt them, and that was pretty good.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, surprisingly, they're like a crispy little cracker or a chip almost.
Yeah.
They do kind of break apart into those very sharp little slivers of seed in your mouth, and those can get stuck in your throat. I mean, they're not harmful.
You're making it sound more dangerous, I think, than what we would want for people to try this at home.
They're not dangerous.
People eat pumpkin seeds, right?
Yeah.
We're not like inventing a thing that's going to hurt people.
No, people eat pumpkin seeds, right? I mean, I was raised eating pumpkin seeds, and I am still alive and well to this day. So
you ate other things too, though.
Well, yeah, not only pumpkin seeds. I was not raised strictly upon the seed of the pumpkin.
Right.
However.
Right, that's something of a strict diet. I would think that only the most dedicated pumpkin
enthusiasts,
enthusiast, not aficionado, but even further, an enthusiast, someone who is like, no, pumpkin this week. We'll worry about greens, leafy greens next time.
This is the way of the future. Punkitarians. I think we desperately are in need of a break here, guys. So we're going to go ahead and take it right now on the campus of 88.9 KETR of Texas A&M University Commerce and the KETR Sports Center. It's 74 degrees. Stay tuned for the rest of this football Friday night. It's the big Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR.
Hi.
Scoreboard program right here on your station 88.9 KETR. And the evening has wound down, and the final scores have come in. The final score that you most care about, I'm sure, is the Commerce Tigers and the Lone Oak Buffaloes. Commerce took a victory this week, their first victory of the regular season. Commerce 28, Lone Oak 14. And that's going to wrap up this night's edition of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program right here on your station 88.9 KETR. The full broadcast of everything that was on the air tonight is going to be available for the foreseeable future on KETR's Facebook page. That's facebook.com/KETR Radio. You can also find it at KETR FM on YouTube. Just a few more things we want to cover. North Texas Giving Day is coming up, and we're not going to be on, again, me and Jared together, before North Texas Giving Day, so both of us would like to extend a hearty recommendation that you go to KETR.org and click that big red donate button in the top right corner and give what you can in support of public radio in Northeast Texas, in support of high school sports, and in support of college sports, which we have coming up tomorrow, starting at kickoff at 6 p.m. Pregame coverage starting at 5:30 is the Texas A&M University Commerce Lions facing the Midwestern State Mustangs out at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. So be sure to tune in for that one. Brock Calloway and Charlie Chitwood will be here for the call on that. And with that, for Jared Knight, I've been Ryan Fulkerson, and this has been the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program on your station 88.9 KETR. Thanks for listening, and have a great football Friday night.